Oh, I forgot the thing. I forgot that's the thing that was important. Hold on, my model isn't on. That's the thing that I forgot. Hi, chat. Hi, chat. Hold on. Let me grab myself real quick. Oh, how can I forget? How can I forget myself? Am I right, chat? Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday. Good afternoon. Good after of the noon. Hello. Hi, everyone. Let me hack in. Can't believe I was busy setting up and I forgot to put my model on. What's wrong with me? But anyway, how's everyone? How is everyone doing on this fine Saturday? You can't see me, but you will soon see me. Connect. We're all good. Yeah, nothing weird. Nothing weird is happening. There we go. How's everyone? I need to recalibrate. I do need to recalibrate though. Hold on. This is kind of in my face, but let me recalibrate the camera real quick. There we go. Much better. Wow, nice hands. Hi, the red. Welcome. Everything doing good? Yes. Okay, good. We're good. These are so cool. I wish China was real. Oh boy. Hi, cheese. Welcome. Yes, I wish. Do I? Well, yes. But welcome everyone. We are starting. I pre-show. What I did was I started on the dough. So this is just 3 cups of flour and 1 cup of warm water. And then you knead it. I'm gonna knead it some more, but I just wanted to get it together and get it started today. Sorry for bumping the mic. The mic is gonna get bumped multiple times today. That is a thing that will happen. And y'all, will you make those soup dumplings too? I can try. I do have broth ready to make into aspic for soup dumpling, but we'll try. Where recipe? In my brain hole and also in a notepad on my desktop. This is a traditional recipe from my mom. I went to my mom's house, sat her down, and be like, hey, I need this recipe or else it's gonna die with you. And she's like, good point. We're gonna make it. And then so she starts getting a bowl and she just starts putting stuff in and everything. And I'm like, slow down! Let me write this down! And so, I got the general gist of how much to put in everything. We'll see how good we are. Hello, hi Brian! Goom recipe. Thanks, Goom. Yeah. Hi Tyler, welcome. I have to say hi to everyone. Hi Lord Penguin, hi the bread, hi Brian, hi Cheese, hi Tyler, and hi Kiki who was here earlier. Hello. And no, we're not making Mountain Dew dumplings. I don't have Mountain Dew. I don't generally stock sodas in my house. I have energy drinks and that's it. I get a pat, you get a rolling pin. This kind of pad. Okie dokie. Let's see. Where do we start first? I gotta make sure that the mod chat is up for mod reasons. Gumi's go-to energy. I don't have a go-to energy. My everyday is tea, black tea. But if I need extra energy, I buy whatever's on sale at Costco. Don't hit me with it, I will hit you with it. Haha. Hi Noel! What kind of dumplings? We're making chicken dumplings today. Let me get the meat out. So I do need a... Let's see, what's first? I should put the... Yes, I should get the meat out and do all that stuff first. Okay. So we're doing ground chicken, but we're also doing a bit of shrimp. This is black shrimp. Like, I don't know what kind of shrimp this is, but it's shrimp. We're gonna shrimp it up. You know, deshell, devein, all that stuff, the shrimp. And cut it up. Rule of thumb, all dumplings have a tiny bit of shrimp. At least they should have a tiny bit of shrimp, because shrimp has a unique bouncy texture, right? It's it just adds to the umami of the dumpling. Yes. Can Pebble have some? Pebble, no rocks in my food. No rocks in my food. I've had pebbles in my food before. They're not pleasant. Let's see, we're gonna currently doing, if you see on the top of the screen, we have a current step, meat mix. There we go. And we're gonna get this started, the shrimp. We have the meat to the side. I have a trash bag off screen. You could barely see it. It's over here. And we're gonna... Usually what I would do is I take the head and I put it in a separate bag and I use it for shrimp stock later. But this is such a small amount of shrimp that it's not worth saving the head, and I already have a bag of shrimp heads in the freezer. So I have a lot of soup stock ingredients already in the freezer, so I'm not gonna be adding any more until I use it up. I should be making some chicken stock later, but yeah. Do different shrimp head mess with the flavor of the stock? Different time? No, not really, but I just have enough, you know? You only need a certain amount for shrimp stock, and I don't have a lot of use for shrimp stock. At best, it's like a peel-off. Sometimes I could use it for like a seafood soup. Oh, actually, this one doesn't have a vein in it. Okay, cool. Not this. I forgot to do these. So I don't keep a lot of shrimp stock material. I do more chicken stock. I do pork stock. Very rarely I have stuff for beef stock. Just because I don't get a lot of beef bones and beef offals around. Most of the beef I buy is boneless, ground, chuck, that kind of stuff. I don't usually buy beef with bones. It's never enough if you just pour it in your fried rice for extra hydration. You don't need broth in your fried rice. Look at how you're feeling. Hi, Mariachi. I'm feeling fine. Got a little bit of a bruise, but I am fine. I went to the mani-pedi today. This morning, because the whole waxing and stuff like that is part of my get back into self-care initiative. And you know, it's ever since I started VTubing, I've been really going heads first into content that I haven't been taking care of myself. Oh, there's a bit of meat in here. And so I'm going back into self-care. So I went to get a mani-pedi, and I needed it because after Japan and after Anime Expo, since I've been walking a whole bunch, I developed a bunch of calluses on my feet and a lot of, you know, like extra skin and hangnails around the toes, and I kind of need a little bit of TLC. So I got that done, and that was all nice and good. Feeling refreshed. I also got a manicure. You can't see it on the hands, but I do have gel painted nails. Hi Dancy, welcome. They'll dry some extra hydration. I use straight up I just use a straight up soy sauce for hydration. Hi Fernando, welcome. So this I always have short nails, right? I never get false nails. I never get acrylic tips on my nails because I cook a lot. I do a lot of things. I type, and since I'm always used to short nails, I can't type with long nails. That's just me though. And also, like, I use the tip of my finger as a leverage for pulling things. And if I don't have access to that little bit of leverage, then I'm literally useless. Oh, wait, there's some. Get the poop chute out of the shrimp. Ah. I cut the callus with the cutter after shower. Sometimes I do that, but I develop calluses so much easier that I could cut like 1/8 of an inch, more than 1/8 of an inch off of my callus. It'll be a crater. You can see if it's like this is my foot, it's a crater 1/8 of an inch deep if I cut my calluses with a cutter. It's not good. Not to be rude, but is it worth buying already frozen shrimp without the head and intestines? It's fine. I personally get the ones with shell because of shrimp stock purposes, and the ones with head tend for me to be better. But there's no problem buying pre-shelled shrimp. My parents use it as well, pre-shell and even pre-cooked shrimp. Though pre-cooked shrimp is definitely a different texture if you want to use it in a dish. But for this purposes, we technically want it to be raw. But being a traditional recipe that's mostly a recipe from your head, there isn't any off limits. As long as you get shrimp and you get whatever filling you want, it doesn't matter. It's whatever you have. At the end of the day, what's good for cooking is make what you want to eat. If you don't eat it, it's not worth making it. Good rule of thumb. You want to make what you eat. Hi, Lay. Welcome. Thanks, Jelly. You're welcome. No, I won't. I was gonna say I'll keep the heads, but no, it's already got the guts in there, so I'm not gonna do it. Whatever. True, yeah. I suppose I don't know if it's much more expensive. If you're talking price-wise, frozen shrimp, if I remember correctly, has a certain percentage of water that they freeze them with. And therefore, if you're buying per pound and then you thaw it at home, the weight that you get at the end is still not the weight that you get from non-frozen shrimp. So if I'm going to use the shrimp anyways, I would buy non-frozen shrimp. But if I'm buying it to store for a lot later, frozen shrimp is fine. Good morning. Hello. Hi, Toby. Welcome. Does this step count as gore? Are you sickened, Double Red, by shrimp? This is a weird color of shrimp, to tell you the truth. I've never seen my supermarket carry this type of shrimp. My supermarket is kind of like the cheapo kind of shrimp. Hi, Mongoose. Welcome. And they would carry random variations of whatever they call shrimp, and it'll just appear on the ice one day, and no one will tell you that they changed species of shrimp in stock for that week, and you just get what they have. Wanna know something funny? What? I silly can't eat shrimp? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You could omit the shrimp. from the recipe. It's not a big deal. Oops, I missed the poop shoots. Whatever they call shrimp, yeah. Tiger? Are these tiger shrimp? I don't think so. I've seen tiger shrimp. I always thought tiger shrimps were bigger than this. No, but some people get uncomfortable with that red stuff. Also, YouTube probably doesn't like the red stuff. Well, this isn't blood. This is like their internal organs. A lot of crustaceans, their internal organs are actually liquid. So that's why you see the white stuff coming out of crabs and coming out of lobsters. Those things are their digestive and filter organs. Yeah. Tiger shrimp. I just made up that IDK tiger shrimps. Yes, tiger shrimps exist. I think they're actually called tiger prawns. But I don't know the difference between shrimps and prawns. I thought that was just a thing, a random thing. Next time I want to see you make any food from K-pop Demon Hunter. The kimbap and rayon is okay, but you can make anything from Netflix. I've never seen K-pop Demon Hunters. I am not within the K-pop fandom, not at all. I don't know anything about Korean dramas, K-pop, or anything of the sort. If I eventually watch it, I might make something for it, but I will not trend chase, unfortunately. I cannot trend chase. I do not have the time to trend chase. Thank you for the suggestion, though. I do have a bunch of cookbooks. Do I have a D&D cookbook? I feel like I have a D&D cookbook of some sort. I have, when it comes to YouTuber cookbooks, I have the Cooking History cookbook. I have Nerdy Nummies, the original cookbook. I have Mythical Kitchens cookbook. I have, what's that one guy? Boris? Cooking with Boris or something like that? I don't know. Someone gave it to me. It's a Russian one. I have a bunch of YouTuber cookbooks that I could probably go for. The thing is, I do not have, which I want, Kenji Lopez Alt's cookbooks. I want a couple of those. I do want, I don't know if I want Babish or Weissman's cookbooks because you could find those online, but that's just me though. Wash this bowl. Hold on. Ahoy, hi Gerard. Throne time? What throne time? What are we doing throne time? Oh, for cookbooks? Maybe. I'll put it on. I don't have, obviously I don't have the hands to do that right now. I'm gonna cut up the shrimp and then I'm going to put it in the bowl. Funny thing didn't go through. Well, prawn is not a scientific, but it usually refers to large shrimp. Ah, I see. I'm so sorry it didn't go through. I sure wish YouTube did something about that. I'll switch it to live chat after. Hold on. Wash my hand real quick to touch the mouse. I'm gonna switch the top chat to live chat because maybe that just got filtered that way. Oh, I see your something funny. Yeah, yes, no. Let's not. Let's not, go off topic that way. No bueno. Cutting shrimp. Shrimp is yummy. the other day was making shrimp dumplings, so it's just pure shrimp. And I was in chat screaming because, you know, it's white girl dumplings. She's making white girl dumplings, and that's fine. Everything's fine. As I said, you make what you want to eat, and that is the pure purpose of cooking. But I was a little bit screaming. Sorry, no worries. Cooking time. Hi, Baba. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Is seafood okay to be frozen flavor-wise? Yes. Yes, they are. Because, at least in America, all seafood is frozen before they reach the supermarkets. And they defrost it at the supermarket. So whether you like it or not, it's already been frozen. Greetings. Hi, Sugar Pumpkin. What the heck are white girl dumplings? White girl dumplings, at least in Twig's thing, Twig's mind, is just whatever dumpling she makes because she's a white girl. Hi, welcome in. You sore from last night? Was wild. No, I'm not sore. I'm a little tender in that one spot that bruised. But otherwise, I'm walking. I just can't really wear restrictive shorts, but that's fine. Everything's fine. I am. Oh, these are a little big actually. I'm gonna cut them into smaller pieces. I just chilled to slow bacteria. Nope, they're frozen. There are certain types of fish that are not frozen, but the majority, I think, mandatory frozen for parasites, for fish. What happened last night? Members only stream. Haha. No one talks about members only stream. Oh, I missed the poop shoot. You want to see what happened last night? You gotta join members only. Tier 2 and above. Oh, burpees. And that kind of mean sounds like she can't even make them right or something. She's the one that said it. I wasn't the one that said it. She called them white girl dumplings. And they're not they're like pescatarian dumplings, which is fine. But we found out that her recipe is actually more of a wonton recipe. Because dumplings in general, just like normal dumplings, they usually have some kind of vegetables, some kind of something besides protein in them to make them more of a complete meal, whereas wontons, usually they're cooked in a soup with vegetables outside as in the soup, and so wontons can afford not to have vegetables in the wrapped parts of the dumpling. Yeah. Number Guumi is a blessing, thanks. When I'm broke, I will buy membership and watch that stream first. I'm glad. I am glad that you guys find value in my once in a while members content. I always feel bad not doing consistent members content, but you know how it is. I complain about not having time all the time. If I took all the time that I used to complain about not having enough time, and made it into time, I wouldn't complain about not having enough time, but c'est la vie. Let me know if the volume is too loud or too soft. If the cutting is too loud, I know, like, because the mic is just off screen right here behind my model right here, it could get a little loud if I'm chopping on the cutting board. So let me know if the levels are off and I will try to fix it. I can't promise anything, but I will try to fix it. Carpe diem? Yeah, carpe diem. Almost as crazy as the drunk. Man, between exercising and drunk streams for the membies, it's I don't know if I'm trying to get fit or trying to ruin my health. Oh, you wouldn't have time to complain, but it wouldn't necessarily be enough time for other things. That's true. I guess you could say that. I hear you and the chopping very well. Okay. As long as it's not too loud, as long as it's not grating to your ears, that'll be good. I personally feel like the sounds of the kitchen, the sounds of cooking is very soothing to me. I like to watch a lot of baking and cooking ASMR shorts. Like shorts or short videos. And it's just so satisfying. Oh boy, I love those. Guumi health, all things balanced. Not really. Sounds choppy. Oh. Thanks, Double Red. I appreciate all your puns, always and forever. Chocolate Cocoa channel, my beloved. Hi, Paprika. Welcome, welcome. Oh my gosh, did you guys know? Did you guys remember that I said last month? I think it was exactly a month. I taught Paprika this recipe. So if you want to see Paprika make this recipe, go over to her channel. That was last month's stream. Yes, yes, yes. Hello, hello. Usually go on a week binge of Korean baking videos. They use a lot of jelly. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Those are always fun. And if you want, the English instructions is always in the captions, but in the video itself, they don't talk. My girlfriend is currently in Ocean City. I'm jealous. Oh my. I think I cut the glove. Ah, that's fine. I don't worry. Wanted to come see it done properly? Yes. Spicy meat. Baba, you're not wrong. Is jelly or agar? I think it's jelly. Because jelly, like gelatin jelly, it hardens differently than agar. Like consistency wise, it is different. Some of those captions go crazy talking about the weird stuff in there. Oh my gosh, really? The ones I have been watching have not had crazy captions. They've just had normal, here's what's the measurement, here's what you do. Oh man, that's a lot of shrimp, actually. Ah, that's fine. I'm making a bigger batch. I have the dough that is on the side right here, but I also bought, pre-made dumpling wrappers to expedite it, because I know that one batch of dough recipe does not do a whole 2 pounds of filling. 2 pounds worth of meat filling, that is. Yeah. I find it weird that there's 2 beach towns that are short drive from each other, both called Ocean City. I mean, makes sense. You could call it Oceanville, or Oceantropolis, or Ocean Town. Okay, here's that. We've got the... We're using ground chicken. Stop sticking to me. I'm just not showing you the wrapper because it shows my local grocery store. Ocean Town. This ground chicken weighs in at around 1.6 pounds. Usually, right, it's 1.5 pounds of meat, but I'm doing two total pounds, half a pound of the shrimp and 1.6, well, technically 1.5 pounds of the ground chicken to make 2 pounds worth of meat. And then I'm gonna do, I have cabbage and I have garlic chives that my parents gave me. Actually, I was only planning to do cabbage, But since my parents gave me garlic chives, we can do that as well. So 2 types of dumplings today. We're gonna go all out. It's a lot of meat, yeah. You don't leave the flavor packet. Sure, double red, whatever you want. I'm going to wash my hands after this and then start putting in the flavor stuff. Ah! Hi, Seth Summers! Thank you for the $1! Oh my gosh, thank you! Okay, what do we have? We need ginger, peeled and grated. Where's my ginger? I took it out. There's the ginger. 1 thumb of ginger, so this is a little too much. But it'll do. Like, if I cut this off, and then take off some of the black stuff, I think that'll be good. That'll be enough. Yeah. Cool. Welcome in, happy Saturday. We're making dumplings. And hopefully I could get at least 50 dumplings out of this called farce. A little fun fact. A meat mixture, mostly minced or ground meat with spices. I think it's called a farce. Especially the stuff that's in hot dogs. Hot dog farce, that's what it's called. Very nice, very good. It sounds really weird, but I've gotten used to it. It sounds unappetizing, right? But no, I think it sounds great. The inside of sausage, the inside of chicken nuggets, meat farce. Yeah. There we go. Grated. Where's my grater? Grater! My microplane, my favorite thing. By the way, if you guys saw on Twitter this morning, I was talking about being at the nail salon, and they took something close to this, but bigger, like this big. They took a cheese grater to my feet. to get the calluses off, and like a chunk bigger than this came off. In general, it was double this, I think, like of calluses. I can't. Oh man, I accidentally grated the glove. I'll have to change gloves. That's fine. They do that, y'all. I'm just saying, I'm ticklish, okay? My feet are super, super sensitive and super ticklish. And so, if they got, every time they get to the balls of my feet, I'm like, ah! Ah! I cannot. Forbidden cheese. Would you eat your Oshi's feet shavings? Are you based enough to eat your Oshi's calluses as garnishment? No. Not based. Yours not based. Yes. Oh no, there's someone. More plastic for the dumplings. Oh man. See, someone's based. Someone's based enough. Don't tell anyone, okay? As I say in a public broadcast, don't tell anyone. But the times I do use a clipper to clip off calluses in chunks, right? I would put them in my mouth. I would. I would chew on my dead calluses off my feet. I don't see anything wrong with that. They're a little tough though, so I can't swallow them, but it's a good chewing gum. There's the piece of glove. We don't want that in the dumpling. You're not the first that I know who does that. can't even be special in a weird way. Ugh, I see how it is. Well, glad I'm not curly. Wow, the dichotomy of chat. Oh, I've seen that before. I'm gonna die. We're gonna... I will never recover from hearing that. No, Pep. Be based, be based. I need to change this glove. Oh, do you guys want to see the color? You can see. You see my little finger that's next to at the bottom of the screen right there? That's the color I chose for my nail polish. Yeah. Heck yeah. Bright red. Bright fire hose, a fire hydrant red. Nice color. Oh yeah. You like red. You have a laugh like if a Disney princess was the villain. Maybe that's it on purpose. I am a princess after all, right? Okay. Ginger. 12 grams of salt is about a teaspoon-ish, which is not true now that I think about it, but I do have a scale that we can attempt to do this, but I don't think a teaspoon of salt is 12 grams. Salt. That's about a teaspoon. Oh, there's some ounces. Grams. Okay, yeah, a teaspoon is 6 grams. So yeah, when I say 12 grams, it's a little... Yeah, there we go. Two teaspoons. 18 grams of oyster sauce. Oh, I already took the oyster sauce out, I think. Where'd it go? There it is. I use this oyster sauce, the Lee Kum Kee Premium oyster sauce. This one actually has oyster extract. Oh, I can't see. Whatever. It says the first ingredient is oyster extract, whereas a lot of other like Americanized oyster sauces, the first thing is like sugar. So this one's a lot more pungent. I can go back to grams. I'm gonna 0. Now we're gonna pat the butt. A Carvo bottle, yeah. And then it's about 18. Oh, that's about 18. So that looks like about a tablespoon of oyster sauce. It depends on the pungency. This one because I keep bumping the mic. This one because the first ingredient is oyster extract. It's extra pungent, and therefore, if you don't like the pungency of oyster sauce, maybe put a little less. But if you're using Americanized oyster sauce, whereas the first ingredients are like water or sugar or some kind of starch, then maybe put a little bit more, but not too much more because it has a lot of these kind of stuff has a lot of salt in them. White pepper or Sichuan peppercorn? I personally like Sichuan peppercorn. I have both out, but because I'm from Sichuan, I like using Sichuan peppercorn versus white pepper. White pepper for you guys are a lot easier to find, and therefore I give you that option to use about 1 teaspoon of white pepper, because white pepper is really strong, right? Even in something this big. Since I have whole Sichuan peppercorn, that's why I have the mortar and pestle here behind you guys chat that I am going to grate about a half a teaspoon. I'm gonna mortar and pestle fresh because they lose the efficacy, you know. You guys would know that it's only a little bit, yeah, that the peppers, any whole spice, any powdered spice loses its efficacy, its aroma a lot faster than whole, and therefore I try to keep whole spices when I can. Is extract artificial or just concentrated oyster? I want to say it's concentrated. I don't think it's artificial. They would say if it's artificial oyster. So that looks like a whole teaspoon. I'll just do half of that. I don't want to do too much. This, because it's freshly ground, it is quite pungent. I'll just leave the rest in the mortar and pestle. I'll usually put it in something else because I use it for everything. If you're from the Sichuan province, like my family, Sichuan peppercorn goes in literally everything. You ever try clamato juice? I feel like I have. Is V8 the same thing, or is clamato juice something different than V8? Okay. Peppercorn, 1 large egg, which I have behind here. Spoon. I'm gonna use a spoon. I'm gonna use my Gengar, my Pokemon Cafe spoon. Yay! And the last 2 things is starch, 10 grams of starch, tapioca starch or any kind of starch. I have cornstarch and tapioca starch. But what I usually do is that I put a plastic teaspoon, a plastic spoon inside of the starch, and there I would be able to just take it out and use it. Yeah, like this. And then it goes back in, and then you put it up. And so you don't have to dirty a new spoon every time, right? It just stays. Clamato juice is tomato mixed with clam juice. Oh! I had something similar. I've had something similar. Like homemade. And then soy sauce. Soy sauce, how much? About 2 tablespoons of soy sauce. I kind of just eyeball it. I call it 2 tablespoons. It's like something like that. And so the mixing technique for dumpling filling is actually quite specific. Sorry for the noise, the very sus noises that's gonna happen right now. You want to stir in a circular motion. It doesn't have, it's either clockwise or counterclockwise, it doesn't matter. As long as it's in a circular motion in one direction, a consistent one direction. And it goes from being clumpy to, you could kind of already see that there's some strands of meat, protein that are connecting together in a specific way. So, I don't know the exact science, but the whole reason that we do one direction consistently in a circle is to create those strands of protein together, and that is what gives, that and the starch in the egg is what gives dumplings that iconic bouncy texture, the bouncy texture of most dumplings that when you bite into it. Yeah, I wouldn't make a One Direction joke where I don't know enough. Me neither. You light up my world like nobody else. Something. I don't even know. Someone used to sing that to me. That's all I know. You don't know. Oh, that's what makes you beautiful. Kind of like a sausage without the casing. Yeah. I think you could make this a sausage. Also, if your meat is actually this also needs. if your meat's a little too dry, then add some water. Just like a splash, like this, in this consistency, it needs like a splash of water. And the protein fibers of the meat sucks up the fiber, and that creates even more. Well, I keep bumping into the mic. Sorry. Like more moistness, more bounciness into the meat, because the starch that we added, right? The either cornstarch, tapioca starch, or whatever starch you use, that sucks moisture. And so even if the meat itself was moist enough, it sucks enough moisture from the meat that you do want to add maybe a little bit of meat so that it mixes properly. Your meat is wet. One Direction karaoke went no. I don't know their songs. I don't know. I feel like I missed the bandwagon for boy bands. I was a really late bloomer, chat. I didn't really care about boys at all until after I started college, like well into after I started college. So, my early teens, I didn't care for nobody, man. I cared about anime. I was a weeb. 2D men or nothing, and I didn't even like them like that. I just liked them in a, wow, they're so cool, kind of way. And I wanted to stare at them a lot. Super late bloomer. Cannot think of that. Cannot think of any horrendous things. And then as soon as I bloomed, it's all the horrendous things. Shoved the boy bands and went straight to K-pop. I don't know anything about K-pop. Come to think of it, I still only like anime men. Maybe I didn't bloom at all. No. Now that I am 2D, just like the anime men, do I have a chance with them? No. Can someone draw me with Sebastian from Black Butler, please? He's my one true bae, and I really, really want him to kill me. I mean, what? Did you know One Direction filmed the music video at the exact same beach, exact same spot of the same spot competition Blink 182 did for all the small things when they ran again? I don't know anything about any. I know Blink 182 is a band. That's as far as I know about Blink 182. I'm stuck at work. I'll have to get the recipe from the VOD. I wanted to stop by and say hi. Hi, J-Way. Yeah, it's gonna be all from word of mouth. You're gonna have to look at the transcript of the VOD and write it down. It's not written down anywhere. I mean, it did get rejected on that Date Everything game. I am not. I'm still not over it. I can't. I knew you did it on purpose, Double Red. I knew it. If you love Guumi, you'd commission Sebastian being a red flag for Guumi. It's her dream. It is my dream. Double Red, I'm coming for you. I'm gonna. Shut up. Anyways, after you finish mixing everything, you put this in the fridge and you let it marinate for, I would say, about half an hour to an hour. That's what you want to do with this. Half an hour to an hour. Oh yeah, I could just leave this in there. Ah! Meat everywhere. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the dough and give it a bit of a thing. I'm gonna wash this too because it is shrimp and it's gonna contaminate the dough. Another viewer not safe from Guumi at any meet and greet. I'm gonna mess with you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you by the balls. the balls too. Yes, testicular torsion is very real, a very real threat. Okay, I am going to, for now, turn the board over. So this is the back of the board, and that's what I'm gonna use to knead the dough. Actually, let me think. Do I need the dough right now? Or do I do the... I should probably do the veggies. Yes, I'm gonna actually, before the dough, I'm gonna do the veggies. And the veggies are fine on this type of the board. So currently doing veggie mix. Okay. We're gonna start with the thing. Blurs the knowledge. I think it's only that when it happens naturally, not when an angry jellyfish doesn't end. No, I don't know. It's the same thing. I believe in you. I believe it's the same thing. Okay, so dough is still resting, which is fine. I'm gonna give it a bit of a knead. You guys can see it. I'm gonna give it a bit of a knead inside the bowl just to make it a little smoother. Actually, it looks pretty good right now. Don't be fooled by the amount of dough that I made, which is this is just 3 cups of flour and 1 cup of water, nothing else. It's an unleavened dough for dumplings. This only covers half of the dumpling filling that we are making. And so if you want to cover enough dough for all of the filling, you want to do 6 cups flour, 2 cups water. But that's really big, right? That's easy to knead that much dough at a time. That's why we do that 3 and 1 here. The cooking seems always fun. Thank you, Wilku. I try my best. I try to give some information at the same time as being entertaining because, you know, you guys know me as like not very good at stuff. At least I'm good at cooking. I have to be good at something. I dumped all my other stats into cooking. Okay, knife. Knife has shrimp. I must wash knife. Thank you for sharing your passion with us. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Let's see. If you're just making cabbage, then you could use this whole, almost like 3/4 of this, I would say. But since we are doing half cabbage and half chives, I think half of a cabbage should be enough. I love how I talk with your hands if we're the cutting board. Yeah. Hi, Ender Lollipop. Welcome, welcome. Often do you hone your blade? Honing, it's just whenever I feel like it. Whenever I feel like it's like, especially when I'm cutting peppers, if I'm cutting tomatoes, anything with a skin, I could feel it being dull. Like right now, if I do this, I feel like, yes, it does need a bit of honing, so I could probably do that since it's clean. Can you judgment cut your food like virtual? I don't know what that is. Yeah, that's better. But for actually sharpening, I haven't done it with this knife yet, and it's been 2 years, I think. Thanks for the ASMR. You're welcome. You did that on purpose, didn't you? You're very purposeful in your chats, Double Red. I know. I have my eye on you. This is very ASMR. Yes, I know. That's why I like ASMR. So you want to cut your cabbage into small pieces. It doesn't have to be minced, because what we're gonna do is we're gonna add salt to it, and we're going to draw the moisture out of the cabbage. So it doesn't have to be such a small pieces. It just have to be like, for the bark or something, it has to be around this size. For the leaves, of course, they'll shrink even more, and that's good. What I have on the side right here is a colander that's covered with a cheesecloth, and that's where I'm going to be putting the cabbage in there. And then after I sprinkle the salt, of course, the water will leach out into the bottom of the colander, and then you just lift you gotta lift out the cabbage and wring it, and that's how you do. That's how you do. Colander. Here they taste like soap. What? What? No, not coriander. Colander. Yo, weirdo. Also, I need to drink some water. I feel like I've been talking and I need some hydration. Oh, wait a minute. I haven't gotten caffeine yet. It's already 3 p.m. It's too late for me to get my energy drink. Do I have... Last time I had a party here where I hosted for the first time. Do I have soda? 0 sugar soda. That has caffeine. Hold on. I only have the stuff I don't like, but I'll drink it. That's fine. Grab a Monster. No! I have this. Hashtag not a sponsor. I have the strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. I don't like Dr. Pepper. This is okay. Strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper is the only acceptable Dr. Pepper that I will drink, but I don't like Dr. Pepper. I will drink this, but I don't like it. You're welcome for the ASMR. Just spicy Pepsi. No, it isn't. Dr. Pepper tastes like medicine. Like, they make it on purpose to taste like medicine. It's not good. The strawberries and cream covers up the medicine. That's what I'm saying. Not a sponsor. Vanilla cherry is the best. I don't like cherry. I do not like artificial cherry at all. At all. Of all the things in the world, artificial cherry is something that I will not touch. I do not like artificial cherry. It was meant to be a medicine. I know! That's what I'm saying! Why would you want to drink something that's meant to taste and be a medicine? It's not a medicine. It doesn't have drugs in it anymore. Why would you do it? I swear, people who like Dr. Pepper live in a cult. Natural cherry? I like natural cherry. I love real cherry. It doesn't taste good. I don't understand you. No, it doesn't taste good. If you want to taste my drink Mountain Dew after eating something super spicy. Oh, for me, I don't know why other people don't feel it. For me, all carbonated drinks taste bad after eating spicy food. That's just a universal spicy thing. Could we just call the South a cult? Not to be controversial. I'm gonna leave it at that. Hi, Tsuki, welcome in. I mean. Apple juice, after spicy is the best. I used to like apple juice. Now I'm like just okay with apple juice. I'm gonna put some salt. For some reason, like several years ago, I was drinking apple juice at a party and I suddenly realized it kind of just tastes like watered down honey in a certain way. And then I stopped liking apple juice. I'll still drink the Martinelli's sparkling apple cider, but just like plain apple juice, every time I drink it, I'm just like, why does this taste like watered down honey? And not even the good type, it's just like, it's like a yeah kind of watered down honey, so I don't care for it anymore. But do you like apple cider? I do like apple cider. Hi Clayton, welcome. Personally, I always like white bread to help reduce the spice. I don't need to reduce the spice. By the way, this is what I'm doing. I don't need to reduce the spice. I just need to not taste carbonation. Burpees. Burpees from the carbonation. Hi JP, welcome, welcome. Happy Saturday. I should try that. Don't think I noticed drinking tastes bad after spicy food. Yeah, like everyone else that I go out to eat with, everyone else that I'm friends with, that I've asked, I'm like, whenever I'm going to Hot Pot, whenever I'm going to K-Barbecue, whenever I'm going to like any kind of spicy noodle place, when they ask for drinks and everyone else orders a soda, I'm like, water's fine, lemonade's fine, everything else is fine. It's like, I just ask people, so don't you think sodas make spicy food, or like, other way around, don't you think that spicy food makes sodas taste bitter? And everyone looks at me like I'm crazy. Like, no, they're like, no, what are you talking about? You're crazy. I'm like, what? I feel like I'm being gaslit by the world. I swear, after eating spicy food, or like during eating spicy food, if you drink a carbonated beverage, it tastes bitter. Time to cause innocent chaos. Soda, Coke, or pop? Which one? It's soda, man. Soda. Anyone else is wrong. I also have that issue. I assumed it was universal drink change. It was universal drinks change. Drinks change. Is it? No, everyone else don't believe me. Even like 2 weeks ago, no one believes me. He is king. True. You're about to start internet war like pineapple on pizza, but it's about soda. I don't know, man. I don't drink a lot of soda anymore, as I said. I only have soda here because I hosted a party a month ago, and I still have the pack because if no one else is here to drink it, I'm not gonna finish it. So it's just there, on the shelf. We say pop. I will say pop if I was in a 1950s roller derby diner where they sell malted floats. Then I will say pop. I wouldn't order a pop. I would order a malted float. Gosh, I love malted floats. They're so good. Hell yeah. Maybe not bitter, but it does feel weird. You have the cilantro taste like soap, Jean? I do not. I love cilantro. Love cilantro. I put so much cilantro in my everything, and people think I'm crazy. If you guys think that cilantro tastes like soap, put actual soap in your mouth. You'll be proven wrong immediately. This 97-year-old diner still makes pop the old-fashioned way. There is a place. It's not close, but it's like close enough that I'm willing to drive there for other stuff and then stop there in the meantime. But it's not close enough for me to go there purposefully. But anyways, there's this place that I know that does make soda from the old-fashioned way, and they also have malted shakes, and they also have egg cream, the really old-fashioned it's basically carbonated milk but sweet. It has no egg in it. It's only called egg cream because it's frothy, like how they do the egg whites on the alcoholic drinks. That's the only reason. But there's no egg in an egg cream. Yes, egg cream. You could probably Google it. But yeah, it's milk, soda water, vanilla or whatever flavoring you want, and sugar. That's what egg cream is. My omelet maker sometimes cook the Dawn dish soap I used to wash it into the egg. Ew! Ew, brother! Ew! You're right, cilantro tastes like Switch cartridge. I've never tried the Switch cartridge. I'm not one of those people who heard that they put the bitter agent into the Switch cartridge and then took it as a challenge. I'm not that type of person. Most important question, do you put your jellyfish jelly on your burger? No, I don't. Okay, so I have the cabbage here with salt, and it's going to draw out the moisture slowly into the bottom of the colander. And we're gonna leave that for about half an hour. And then we have the garlic chives that my mom and my parents got me. I can't stay long, it's early morning, I'm about to go out. No worries, Tuki. VOD is always here if you're curious about the rest of the recipe. If not, you have a good day, and we'll see you on Wednesday for the next stream. No worries. Or go out and show everyone you meet the silly jellyfish stream. Interesting, I'll try egg cream? Yeah. Go ahead, try egg cream. Egg cream is good. It tastes like melted ice cream. The bitter agent is true, otherwise it's just the cancer from the PBD board. What? What? This is my first time in your stream, enjoying the comfy cooking vibe so far. Yay, I'm glad! Oh my gosh, I didn't tell you guys yet. Do you remember to like the stream and subscribe? We're here for a couple hours at least because dumpling making is a long-term, usually all-day affair that usually people do with their whole family and their extended families. So me doing it myself, this is gonna take a while, but I'll try to do it quick, so make sure to smash that like button. Subscribe if you're new here for more shenanigans. I do at least one cooking stream a month, at least, and I do gaming, I do variety, I have a members only content, haha wink wink nudge nudge, become a member, tier 2 and above, and you know, I'm a shenanigans type of person. I do whatever I want. First time already #1 in chat. All the ranking of chat resets every stream, so it's not about how long you've been in chats in general. It's how much you message, I guess, in chat, but only 3 times an hour. I don't know. You can Google how the new ranking system on YouTube works, because I don't know. Give me some drink. Hello, Balti. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Yes, thank you, Mariachi. Subscribe. There's drawing streams, karaoke, and cute goomers. You know, it's a little weird that I'm called Guumi, and there's a word called gooning. I don't goon, I swear. I'm not a gooner. I'm a goomer. This Guumi doesn't work how it says. Only. Yeah, it goes off the most active chatter. It doesn't though. That's the thing. And those that even stay lurking gives points to the rank. Are we goomers? Do you guys want to be gooners? I mean goomers. Because right now my chat's name is the Gummy Snacks, right? Which is really confusing because my name is Guumi and not Gummy. and that confuses people. And so I could call you guys the Guumi snacks, which work, but that's not a word. So the branding's a little off. If you guys want to be Goomers, we could talk about it. Which is your favorite jelly? Mine's a Manowar. Manowar is not a real jellyfish. It's a misnomer. A Manowar is an amalgamation of many different organisms coexisting together in order to hunt and survive. They're not actual jellyfish. The jellyfish that I am based off of is called the purple striped jellyfish. And we are not the best at living, unfortunately. What? Yeah, what? So eso nuevo escribo English and Espanol. Hi, Balti. Try to talk in English in chat, please. It's good for the mods and it's good for the rest of chat. I am not the best at Spanish. I know like the first semester worth of Spanish words, so please understand. But I appreciate you checking me out all the same. Word your personal ads carefully and know the difference between hired goons and hired gooners. The goons can also be gooners. It's not restrictive like that. Yeah. Wait, were you one of the edible jellyfish? Technically, all jellyfish is edible if you try hard enough. Everything's edible once. I don't need all of this. How much do I need? Probably like a double of this, yeah. But there's a lot in here. Yeah. But I think that if you like get rid of the toxins in a jellyfish and treat it properly, you can eat any jellyfish. I know turtles can eat all jellyfish, almost. Somebody Google it. I know that there are specifically farmed jellyfish that can be eaten, and have eaten jellyfish before, but they don't tell me the species of jellyfish. There's a stream of Guumi to flex waifu and I don't know what that means. I just cook. Cooking is not a waifu energy. Cooking is a survival energy. Everyone should know how to cook. Unless you're making more than $100 an hour, you should be learning how to cook. Because otherwise you could just order out. It actually saves you more money ordering food outside and working instead of cooking. But if you make less than, I would maybe say even $80 to $100 an hour, cook. Survival energy goes wife energy. Oh, if you say so. She's a cannibal. I'm not a cannibal. Different species. If it's a different species, you can't count it as a cannibal. It's like if a human ate a monkey or an ape or some kind of like primate. That's not cannibalism still. It's questionable, sure, but it's not cannibalism. So if me, a specific species of jellyfish, ate a different species of jellyfish, that's not cannibalism. I have to be eating my same species of jellyfish in order to be considered cannibalism. You like to draw, Balti? That's good. I also draw. I'm not good at drawing, but I draw. I drew this model. Hello, I jiggle. Subspecies are just as sub-value. What does that mean? What species of jellyfish are I? Am the purple striped jellyfish. You can Google it. Purple striped, being hyphenated, jellyfish. Some of us, even though we're called purple striped jellyfish, are not purple at all. We're actually a little brown. But that's because in the ocean, the color red doesn't exist after a certain depth. Yep. I'm gonna wash this batch. And I need to find another container for the... I will do a bowl. Oh, excuse the noise! Where's my other... Where's... Oh, there. So I have a bowl and I have another cheesecloth in here. I'm gonna cut the chives up into very small segments and I'm gonna put it in here and I'm gonna do some stuff with it. Yeah. Doo-doo brown. Shut up. What are we cooking? We're making dumplings. We're making Chinese dumplings. It's in the title. You can see it's a traditional Chinese dumpling recipe. Well, it's multiple recipes. I'm doing two types of dumplings. One is garlic chive dumplings and one is napa cabbage and they're both chicken. So I made the chicken first, made the chicken mixture, chicken and shrimp, and then we're doing the vegetables separately. Look, that woman, she's so cute and pretty. Thank you, Wilku. I thought the same when I came up with the concept. I think jellyfish appears on Searching Nemo. Ah, yes. I know how to cook, but I don't want waifu energy. Well, too bad. You got waifu energy now, Mariachi. I have to go out all day later, but I'm an indoor person. I know I will have a restless day. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. I'm also an indoor person, but I do like going outside sometimes. It does make me tired. When I am at my unhealthiest, which is like right now, and plus, I think it was 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, 4 years ago, I was also pretty unhealthy. I was really low energy, and every 2 to 4 hours of me being outside, I would have to take a nap for 2 hours, and that's really bad. So, I kind of got better after that. I did walking. I went out to walk for exercise, like power walking. I did some jogging. And I did that every single weekend. And I got myself to be in a healthier diet. And it made myself feel better. But yeah, it is... Now I don't need a nap. Now I'm just tired. So it's not the worst. Tell me how you think about dipping sauce of BBQ sauce, ponzu sauce, butter, and gochujang. Together? Barbecue sauce, ponzu, butter, and gochujang. It doesn't sound that bad. Barbecue and gochujang together is just sweet, tangy, spicy. Ponzu's a little tangy too, and then also salty. Butter is just fat. Yeah, that could work. That could work. Yeah. Hi, Jebra. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. We're making dumplings. Seems like a teriyaki sauce? Almost, yeah, isn't it? I'm better at baking than at cooking. My kitchen sucks. Aw, I'm sorry. Yeah, baking is more of a science. Cooking is more of an art. You could be a little bit more free-form when it comes to cooking. For baking, though, it's kind of down to a science. You could kind of mess with the percentages in baking, but only if you really know the basic science behind why you're adding the ingredients. But yeah, generally, you want to be quite precise with baking. Thank you, because it's all I make. Why is it all you make? What do you mean? You better make something else to eat, right? Yeah, baking, I'm acid. Oh, yeah. A lot of people are bad at baking because they miss steps or they make mistakes and then structurally it's dunzos. This might be enough for... Compared to the cabbage amount, this is not enough. Maybe like another bundle this much. What the heck is a pickle cheesecake? Yeah, pickle cheesecake. Apparently that's a thing. I haven't tried making it, but I don't know, man. What are the So, for chives, for garlic chives specifically, because they're so small, right? They're just like, they're basically flat pieces of green. It's hard to draw out the moisture out of them like the cabbage, but they still do have moisture in them. So, instead of drawing out moisture with salt, what we do for chives is sesame oil. We use toasted sesame oil or like some kind of sesame oil. You put in about a tablespoon and then you mix it up, and instead of drawing out the moisture, it locks in the moisture so it doesn't make the filling too runny or too soft, and it doesn't make the peels, the wrapping, the dumpling wrappers soggy. That's the main part. So that's what we're gonna be doing. About a table. That's not a tablespoon. That's not a tablespoon. That's a tablespoon. And then, well, that's crazy. It's really good at pretzel crust. It was considered trying different pickles like tamed jalapenos, half sours of hearts of palm. Oh, I've never heard of those. Genius 5-star chef, thank you. I'm gonna actually cut about like this much more into that because I feel like volume-wise, you kind of want 1-to-1 vegetables to meat. So just a little bit more. Yeah, just a little bit more. I tend to like having like 3-part meat to 4-part vegetable because I like vegetables, but a 1-to-1 is fine, and a 4-part meat, 3-part vegetables also fine. Just as long as you have some vegetable in there, because as I said earlier in the beginning, dumplings are considered a full meal. So if you're not going to add any more vegetables into the meal that you're having with the dumpling, it's best to have the vegetables inside the dumpling itself. Pickle cheesecake sound like a cheese ball. I've made cheese balls before. When I was on keto, when I was trying to lose a bunch of weight, I was on keto for about 6 months. And you make fat bombs with cheese, with cream cheese and whatever you want to add to it. And so I made fat bombs. Oh my gosh. Can you believe that I lost weight eating stuff called fat bombs? Yeah, I would not go back to keto. I would probably be okay with just low carbing it if I really wanted to lose weight on a diet, but no more keto. I will die. Keto is not good for my bowels. It's not good for my gut flora, fauna, whatever. You guys know what keto, right? You know what the keto diet is? It's been such prevalent in the last 5 years. You must know. Fat bombs? Yeah, fat bombs. Well, it's because American diets are so full of sugar and carbs to struggle with weight. I struggle with weight because I'm a PCOS girly. I'm usually a pretty healthy person because I meal prep and I do stuff like that. Popo, don't get in the kitchen. Yeah, walk away. My cat just said hi, but he wanted to be in the kitchen, and I said no. Kitchen is not for the cat. No kitty cat. Part of palm, the tender core of palm tree. Ah. Less spicy than... Yeah, I know that pickled jalapenos are... Oh, tamed jalapenos are pickled... Oh, okay, so I never heard of it called tamed jalapenos. I do have pickled jalapenos, and yes, they're definitely not as spicy as normal jalapenos. I'm blessed and cursed with a fast metabolism that I eat anything, but I'm barely above my BM. Lord Penguin, give it to me. Give me your fast metabolism, please. My metabolism is so slow. Just turned away the best kitchen helper. No. Popo's not a kitchen helper. He will destroy things. He's the reason why we have child locks on the cabinets. It's because he knows how to open kitchen cabinets. He will get in the cabinets. Popo, stay away from the kitchen. Low carb to minimal carb is great for lose weight. When I stopped drinking soda and using sugar, I lost it. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, half of that at least is water weight, because the carb storage system in the fat also has a lot of water weight. So we all know, like, when you start dropping weight really, really fast at the beginning of keto diet or low carb diet or something, that's all water weight. It doesn't stay off when you go back to a normal diet, unless you're going for a low carb lifestyle where you just don't eat that much carbs at all for the rest of your life. That weight is not staying off. So yeah, unfortunately, this is how it works. We're gonna put this to the side to let marinate, just like the cabbage. We're gonna put the rest of the chives away because we don't need it. Okay, what next? I'm gonna drink about 1.5 gallons of water per day. That's not the same thing as water weight. Water weight is the water stored in your fat cells, not the water that you drink. The water that you drink can go wherever it wants. It's not stored. Oh. Did you dip sauce with ginger? Dip sauce with ginger? I have the ginger inside the meat. Okay, what next? Meat and so dough. More kneading on the dough. I'm gonna clean off the cutting board again. Cleaning off the cutting board and the knife. I do need to put this in the sink too. By the way, if you have green onions or scallions... Oh, hold on, I'm gonna burp. Anyways, if you have scallions, these go into the cabbage mixture. Because garlic chives, if you're using garlic chives, you don't need green onions. But if you are using cabbage, you do want green onions, because green onions gives it an extra flavor, but since chives have a really strong flavor already, there's no need to use green onions. It'll be kind of a waste. Yes, green onions. When I use both, you can't taste it. You can't taste... the green onions don't do anything in chives, because chives are stronger. I'm just gonna really quickly cut this up and put it in the cabbage. Since I only have 2, I usually have a whole bunch of green onions, but right now I just only have 2. I need to go buy more. As an Asian household, you really do need to have a lot of green onions at all times. Chives strong? Yeah, chives are super strong. Usually you want more than this. Usually you want at least 3 stalks. But it's fine. Just for today, that's all I have. Okay, wipe. Cut me on this. No, no cutting. I'm not gonna cut chat. I will only threaten chat if you do something bad, and usually it's not cutting. Hey guys, hi Viper, hello. Let's see. Whatever it is. I need some, whoa! Some dough, some flour. We're gonna flour the surface. That way. Plunk it down. I lost a dumpling to the sink. Oh no, that does happen though. Unfortunately, it does happen. I thought we were trying to say cute moe on it. Cute moe on this, huh? Oh my gosh. I'm smacking the dough. It's always satisfying to play with dough. This is actually not too bad of a consistency. You can see that it's pretty... When it's well rested, it's easy, it's smooth, it's really easy to stretch. So actually, with the little bit of kneading, I think we're already pretty close. But we're making our own wrappers? Yes, at least this much wrappers. But I do have pre-made wrappers because this is not going to be enough for the amount of filling that we made. So I'm just going to use these for the rest. If you want me to make soup dumplings though, soup dumplings need to use fresh wrappers. You cannot make soup dumplings out of those pre-made wrappers because soup dumplings need to be stretchy, more stretchy. Hi Tris, welcome in, happy Saturday. We're making dumplings. It's like a stress ball, yay. Kinda wish I had more leverage, but because I'm short, the counter is too tall for me to actually put my shoulder into it. Heck. Don't forget to hydrate, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. We're having a workout. I don't have my heart rate monitor on, but best believe it's at 140 at least. My resting heart rate is 90 to 100. Heck yeah. You can always get a stool. I do have a stool, actually. Let me see if that helps. Wow, I'm so tall. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This feels weird. It feels weird to be this tall. That's not. This feels not right. I think you peaked at 165 last night. Don't fall. I'm fine. The stool is only like this tall. It'll be fine. Yeah, you don't want the dough to... You want to flour the surface so the dough doesn't stick. But this one... Oh, it farted. It's a fairly well worked dough, so it's not too bad. I'm like, how tall is this bench? This bench is a little less than a foot tall. So if I'm 6'4", I mean 5'4", then I'll be like 6'4". I'm currently 6'4". Holy goodness, this is what life looks like for people who are 6'4". I could see the top of my fridge. So before you broke the natural order of the universe, Guumi being small. Oh my goodness, I'm so tall. Okay, let's see. So you see this part where the dough kind of shears? That means that the gluten is not quite developed yet, but you see here, right here where there's no shearing, that means the gluten is fairly developed. So we just need a little bit more kneading to make it more uniform. Wah! Okay. And then this dough will be ready for a little bit more resting, and then we could start shaping it and cutting the pieces. Tall jelly, I'm a tall jelly! Top of the fridge view goes crazy. Who's tall enough to see the top of their fridge? Chat, sound off. Sound off. Post 1 in chat if you are tall enough to see the top of your fridge. Doesn't count if you only have a mini fridge, okay? That doesn't count. Be for real. No one wants to admit that they can see the top of their fridge. Do you guys even look at the top of your fridge? I have my stock pot up there. I have some... what the heck? Some random stuff got into the dough. I have some bananas at the top of the fridge. I have a Glaceon plushie on top of my fridge. Don't ask why. I have my stand mixers attachments on top of the fridge, like the meat grinder and the pasta cutter attachments for my KitchenAid. I have those on top of the fridge. I can't, -1 me tiny. Oh no, Fernando, no, just like me. After waxing up to now dough abusing ASMR. Is it a good ASMR? One, I can, but I have a small fridge. It's a full-sized fridge, just small. Last apartment I have a half-size fridge. So I know what you're talking about. I still can't see on top of a half-size fridge. So you see that the dough is looking pretty good. It's a little bit bumpy, but it should be fine. We're gonna give it a bit of a toss. We're gonna put it back. This is a damp paper towel. We're gonna put it back on top of the dough. Have it give it a nice little rest. Give it a kiss. Mwah. Always remember to give your dough a little kiss while it rests. I have a tortilla maker on top of my fridge. Ooh, I always wanted a tortilla maker. One of those presses? Like the boom, boom, and then you take it out, and then boom. Oh, every time I see people make tortillas, it's so satisfying. I'm tall, but I can't see the top of my fridge unless I go on my tippy toes. That's good enough. They're gonna have fun, Guumi and Goomers. Okay, goodbye, Chuki. You have a good day. Good rest of your day. That's where the light bulbs are kept. I guess you could do that. Light bulbs? Okay, rest that. We're gonna check up on our meat mixture. Our meat mixture is properly marinated. All the salt and the sauces and spices, they're all in there. So we're going to cut this in half and put it in the stuff. But before we do that, we have to make sure that the... Oh, don't. Okay. We're going to wring out the cabbage. The cabbage, you can see, is like wet now. It's more limp and wet. And so we're going to gather up the cheesecloth, give it a good wring. You can kind of see the liquid coming out. I need another container for this. Sounds like someone peeing. Oh gosh, dumpling making takes muscles. I almost forgot. Okay. And you can see a bunch of liquid came out. Good. We toss this liquid. If you're making like soup or bread or whatever, you could use this liquid for that stuff. But otherwise, just toss. Toss. I have pans in the salad spinner, likely some kind of shark on top of my fridge. To have a lot of shark decor. Oh, I love shark decors. I want a charcuterie board that says shark coochie. I've been trying to find a shark shaped charcuterie board that says shark coochie. But it has to be big enough, right? To carry all the things I want to put on my charcuterie board. All the ones I see on Amazon are too small and they only hold like 3 things before it gets full. I want to get one like a big enough, like a fat shark. Shark-coochie. Yeah, shark-coochie! You want to wring as much liquid out of the cabbage as possible, because the more liquid that's retained in the vegetables into the dumpling filling, the more soggy the dumpling is gonna get. Have you tried Etsy? I have tried Etsy. All the ones that I like are like $80. And maybe I'll just have to resign to buying something that's $80. But eventually, I'm not gonna buy it yet. We're gonna get another bowl. We're gonna split this in half. We're splitting the filling in half so that half of it goes with the cabbage and half of it goes with the chives. Sorry for bumping the mic again. It will happen again. This goes in here. And where's the... oh, there it is. Spoon. I'm just gonna do a little bit of mixing. And again, remember to only mix in a circular pattern in one direction, because we want to keep the consistency of the meat. I think my board has a drawer underneath the knives and such. Oh, I've seen those. I kind of want those as well. The ones with the drawers and the cheese knife and the forks. Oh, those are so nice. Oh, I'm such a suburban mom type of vibe. The next thing you'll know, I'll have a live, love, laugh sign in my kitchen. Cheese boards and charcuterie boards. Oh my gosh, these kind of things makes me excited. If you woodworked, you would make your own. Yeah, I don't woodwork. That's more than $80 of equipment. I got into watching leather making though. Like, not leather making, but leather crafting? Yeah, leather works and leather crafting. Recently I got into watching leather crafting videos. Wallets, bags, leather armor, that kind of stuff. And I think it's starting to convince me that I know how to leather work. Which is not the case. I don't know how to leather work. You know, when you watch enough content that you think you can do it. I should have cut the bark a little bit smaller. You see this piece right here, the cabbage is a little too big, but like these pieces right here, they're small enough. I should have gone through the cabbage one more time to cut them smaller. But oh well, c'est la vie. It's still edible. It's not a big deal. Okay. So we got this one, and then we get the other one. I need another spoon. And so as we said, we wanted to lock in the moisture so we don't need to ring the chives. We could just put them straight into the meat mixture. This is just sesame oil and chives. Would like to leather work and eat a bag? No, Ita bags are probably better using fake leather because of the nature of Ita bags. Because you're gonna puncture holes with pins and keychains. The good thing about leather is that it's malleable to moisture. So anything that doesn't need that, it feels like it's a waste, in my opinion. And the abuse that comes with that. And Ita bags usually are really like fun colors, right? They're like neon or pastel or something cool. And leather is usually aged, tanned, distressed. Imagine a distressed Ita bag. What are you oshieing that needs a distressed Ita bag? Junkin? Probably. Junkin Pon, the dad, the old man VTuber. I bet there are VTubers who like just cut wood and make leather crafting as their content, and it's just their niche and no one else knows about them because they're not traditional VTubers. I'm gonna get away from the mic a little bit. Steampunk? Yeah, you can make steampunk stuff with real leather, for sure. Like a real leather mask? A real leather plague doctor mask would go so hard. Oh my gosh! I would love a real leather plague doctor mask. I didn't appreciate the crafts of material for the work. Nya, nya, nya. Oh, I dropped some stuff. Yeah. I'm gonna have to vacuum again. Gosh darn it. And you can see with the mixing, you can still see the fibers, the meat fibers in there. Kinda, I guess. It's a little hard to see. Why is this so bright? Hold on a sec. Droid. Yeah, droid cam OBS. Filters. Did I turn the brightness up on accident? The contrast is up. I'll turn that down a little bit. There we go. There we go. yeah, you can see the meat fibers that are still going the one direction. You still wanna keep that going in one direction, even when you're mixing the vegetables in. There's some colorful dough, yeah, because again, you want to put some vegetables in your diet. I personally love vegetables a lot, that's why I'm putting this much. Obviously you don't have to put this much, you could put about half the amount that I put and it'd still be perfectly fine in consistency with the rest of the meat in the dough. I was just seeing her channel that I wonder if the hosts count as VTubers because they're physical animatronic talking ducks. Physical animatronics? Then they're real, right? They're like 3D walking around. I don't think that's considered a VTuber. If they had a digital model, then yes. But if they're real, then no. Okay, so that's 2 batches of filling. So what you would probably want to do at home is take like a tablespoon of the filling, heat up a pan, get some oil on it, and just cook the filling, and cook it up as a little patty, and then try it to see if the amount of salt, the amount of ginger, the amount of soy sauce, if that's enough or too much. Oh, burpees. Sorry. And if you need to add anything, you can go ahead and do so at this time. I'm pretty confident just from the scent and the stuff that this is going to be pretty good. So I'm just gonna keep going. If I eat my words, I eat my words. And now we go to the dough. I'm gonna move this over to this side. Dough resting, those, kinda, mostly. Over here. And the whole reason you want to rest the dough is because then it's easier to shape. So what you want to do with this ball of dough and flour it up, you want to make a butthole in the center. Can you microwave if you're lazy? The little piece? Yeah, probably. Probably you can. I've never done it, but you can probably. You make a butthole inside the dough, and then you slowly rip them a new one. Rip them a new butthole, like a bigger butthole. Rip it open, and size it up. Size up the butt. Like this. Yes. And then slowly, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Looks very suggestive, yes. And then you just keep going, turn it into a donut, and then you kind of just do this motion. What you're doing is you're stretching a little bit and then squeezing a little, and then you're moving, right? You're stretching, squeezing, moving. Stretching, squeezing, moving, like this. So that's the motion that you're doing, but I'm doing it really fast, and therefore it's getting bigger, right? It's getting bigger, but it's still uniform. So in this motion, it's pull, move, pull, move, pull, move. So, but really fast. Kind of want a wide donut now. Me too. I've been wanting a donut for a while. I've been thinking of trying to make my own donuts, but I don't like deep frying in my own kitchen. Deep frying in my own kitchen is just so messy at all times. I don't like it. But yeah. We can make a dragon beard candy with this dough. No, this is a dough. Dragon's beard candy is made out of sugar. That's completely different material. This initial step is the same as the dragon's beard candy. You are correct. But we're not But this, if you want to do the same, like twist and then stretch, twist and stretch, like the Dragon Spears candy, you're gonna make ramen. This is how you make ramen, except for this dough does not have bicarb. They don't have baking soda. I think it's baking soda or baking powder. I can't remember. Ramen is dough with bicarb in it. So if you added bicarb to this dough, you did the Dragon Spear candy technique, it will turn into ramen. You will have made real ramen, which in Chinese is la-mian, which literally translates to pulled noodles. And of course you would see how and why it's called pulled noodles. The original, as we all know, that the original Japanese ramen did come from China, but it has changed quite a lot and evolved for the Japanese sensibility, and therefore the current ramen dish is no longer Chinese, but it originally came from China. Homemade noodles? Yeah, that's how you make homemade noodles. Might be able to shallow fry. Baking is an option. Yeah, baked donuts is not the same thing. Baked donuts is just cake. So, what you do, you're cutting it in half. You're gonna put this into the bowl, cover it back up with a damp cloth. Anything that you're not working with currently, cover it with a damp cloth, because this kind of dough does dry really easily. You're making a tube. The tube is about this thick. I'm gonna prepare another wet towel. And we're gonna cut it, kind of. So you cut like this once. Pay attention for this technique. You cut this, and then you have this, right? It's flat. You turn 90 degrees, and then you cut like this, so that the shape you get is flat here and flat perpendicular, so that when you are flattening it, you could just squeeze here and squeeze here, and it turns back into a fairly uniform cylinder, and therefore you could flatten it quite easily back into a cylinder. And that's how that makes it easier for you when you're pressing the dumpling wrappers to keep them round. Yeah. Hi, Twig! Oh my gosh, hello. We're making the dough wraps. So yeah, this is how you make and keep the segments semi good. And of course you want to flour them, because the cut sides right now are sticky, so you want to flour them. Make sure that everything is still uniform. Yeah, that's the technique of the olden days. Efficient cutting, yeah. Make your wrapper yourself, Guumi. Surprise. I like making my own wrappers, but I am lazy sometimes, so I did buy pre-made gyoza wrappers. Because this is not enough dough for everything else, for all of it, so we're gonna do half and half. This one might be a little too small, but we'll make it work. Is that strawberry Dr. Pepper? Yeah, this is a strawberry and cream Dr. Pepper. This is the only soda that I have in the house, and I didn't have caffeine this morning and it was too late, so I had to have Dr. Pepper. I don't like Dr. Pepper. This is the only acceptable Dr. Pepper I will drink. Okay. I've seen those. Are they any good? They're okay. I like them enough. But I don't like standard Dr. Pepper. If you like standard Dr. Pepper, this is very good. If you don't like standard Dr. Pepper, it's acceptable. Make sure to flour your rolling pin. And here's another technique for making the wrappers. You want to make sure, of course, that they're round. Because if they're like not round, you kind of just round them out again, press them. And then you use the palm of your hand, like this area, and then you press first. You press down to a disc, and then you you use this part of your hand on the wheel, and then you kind of do like little bits of motion like this. You roll, retreat, flip about 45 degrees, roll, retreat, 45 degrees, roll, retreat. You don't like Dr. Pepper? That's crazy. What do you mean? I can't believe so many people like Dr. Pepper. It is a cult. You guys who love Dr. Pepper is a cult. It's supposed to taste like medicine. Why would you like the medicine? And the whole reason for doing this kind of rolling technique is because when you're wrapping dumplings, right, you go like this, right, where the filling is in here. And so over on the edges, it's double wrapped, it's double dough. But the inside where it's holding the filling is still single dough. To make the edges not as thick, because you don't want the edges to be super chewy, right? Because that's too much dough. You want to make sure that the edges are thinner than the inside where the filling is supposed to be. And therefore, this creates a more uniform dumpling wrapper. It's the best soda and no Nolix. No. Dr. Pepper and root beer both. Root beer's okay. I prefer root beer floats when I drink root beer, but if I feel like it, root beer's fine. And okay, after you're done, this is about how big. Ignore this part. Just pretend that part's not there. It's a little off. This is about how big you want your dumplings. You'll kind of see that the pre-made dumpling wrappers are also about this size. Put it on a well-floured surface, give it another powder of dough, and then we'll start working on the rest. I need to cover the rest in wrap. There we go. All the tastiest of sodas. Blech. They're so strange. Okay, same. Do this. And then we do in shallow rolls. Yep. And by turning it about 45-degree angle every time, you kind of keep it round as best as you can, obviously. No one's perfect, and so don't beat yourself up if you don't feel like your dumplings are perfect. Which reminds me, if we're gonna try making soup dumplings, I'm going to have to get the aspic out. Yes, hello, Amber. Double Red, you're not perfectly round. Perfect is for machines, yeah. So I have this pork broth that I made last week. You could kind of see that it's a little bit gelatinized, but it needs to be more gelatinized for it to go into soup dumplings. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat this up and put some gelatin, like half a pack of gelatin in it, so that it's so when it cools back down, it turns into jellied broth, more jellied broth, in order for it to go into soup dumplings. So I need to get rid of this fat, but I don't throw away fat ever. Chat lesson for you guys: if you want to cook at home, do not throw away fat. The fat is flavor. So what I do is I take the fat and I kind of just put it in a container and I use it to cook with, just a little bit. It's just so you don't want fat in the aspic because it messes with the gelatin. Perfect is what makes things fun, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna dump this in a pot. I don't have the second camera today, so you guys are not gonna see the broth cooking down, but oh well. Oh well. I need to find my gelatin packets. Where's my gelatin packet? Just normal Knox gelatin. Grab one pack to half a pack. Depends on how gelatinized your initial broth is. If you're using store-bought chicken broth, like Swanson's or whatever, a whole pack into, I think, a cup or two of broth is enough. But since mine is already sort of gelatinized, I'm just gonna put half. Just mixing off screen. That's fine. Where's my thingies? No idea. Ah well. C'est la vie. I lose things all the time in this kitchen. Have you made Cuban bread? No, I have not. Anyway, back to the wrappers. I wish I knew how to wrap. I can't wrap. I am unfortunately a no wrapping household. If you can see, this is about how thin you want the wrapper edges. Of course, the inside is going to be thicker because you're rolling it less. But yeah, this is about how thin you want the wrappers. Technically, you want it a little bit thinner if you want to make soup dumplings, but it's fine. Because, you know, if you see how normal dumplings look, the crescent shape, versus a soup dumpling, which is a round, there's more, there's more dough on the edges of a soup dumpling, all scrunched together, and that kind of causes a more chewy and concentrated dough area, and that's not very good, right? If you don't roll it thin enough. But that soup dumpling is a technique that I personally have not made. I have not gotten to that point yet. I am sorry, I am not pro cook. I just cook at home. When you were growing up, did your ma or grandma teach you how to cook, or were you the type to watch and learn? I watched and learned for the most part. My mom gave me some pointers, like they would teach me basic, what the Chinese call 家常菜, which means literally translated to frequent family dishes. So the easy stuff, right? The stuff that you bang out in a wok in 20 minutes. If you prep all the stuff together, 20 minutes max. Also, another thing that you have to worry about for the wrappers is that even if you're amply flouring between the wrappers, it will eventually stick together. So do not roll too many wrappers at a time. This is where it comes in handy that you have more than one person doing this at the same time. One person would be on the wrapping station and the other person would be on the filling station, so that one person can keep rolling the wrappers while someone else can just take the wrappers and make them into the dumplings. But if you're doing this alone, I would suggest rolling 6 to 10 wrappers at a time and then going to the filling station and filling the dumplings. I learned cooking from my abuelita. Yeah, my grandma, I didn't have that much time with my grandma. They're in China. One of my grandmas died when I was very, very young from a heart thing. That's why I say I always have a heart disease running in the family that I don't know about. And my other one, you know, they all live in China and I live in America, so it's unfortunate. I don't get to spend much time with my grandparents. And my grandpas, they don't care. They don't know how to cook. My grandpa from my dad's side, though, he was pretty good at calligraphy. He taught me some basic Chinese calligraphy. I think I've forgotten most of it, though, but it was a nice little summer, I guess, of learning when he came to visit me in America. But otherwise, nah. My grandparents did not teach me nothing. My mom taught me the basics, and then I survived being able to cook like 2 or 3 basic things and improvise during college. And then near the end of college, I would say, I got a little bit more into cooking, and then up until COVID, I think. Oh, this was a little weirdly oval. During COVID, just like everyone else, it's not like I had extra time because I was one of the essential, quote-unquote essential workers that they never asked to stay home, but I just felt like I had extra time for no reason, so I learned how to cook more complicated things like ramen from scratch, or like spring rolls and onion pancakes and birria and lengua tacos from scratch. I learned most of my more complicated dishes during like the lockdown era, even though I was never at home, so I don't understand what got into my head. And all of it was on YouTube, right? I learned the recipes and I learned the stuff on YouTube, and everyone kind of knows that during the 2020 or 2021 era, YouTube kind of bloomed and a lot of smaller creators got big because everyone stayed at home to watch their videos. And again, I wasn't at home, so I don't know what I'm talking about. It's just a mind shift, you know? Freaking random air bubble in the dough. It's gonna bug me. I bumped the mic again. Sorry. It will happen again. Okay. How is the thing? It's boiling. Cool. What's over here? I can't see. I can see it. Anything. I'm checking on the aspic. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening over there. I think that's good. So what you're gonna do with the aspic is you want to pour it into a tray that's rather shallow. You're starting to make your own bread in 2020? Yes, I did. I made my own bread. I made like a bunch of sandwich loaves. I made some brown molasses bread. I never did sourdough. That's the one thing I never did. I know everyone else jumped on the sourdough train in 2020. I just didn't like sourdough, so I never actually got there. So here's the tray I'm gonna use. It's shallow. It's a shallow dish. I'm gonna pour it. And this broth, when I made it, I didn't put any salt in it because the wrapping is gonna be salty as is, right? At most, I would like just now put a sprinkling of salt, like half a teaspoon into here, but you don't want it to be too salty because the dumpling filling is already salty and you're going to be using a dipping sauce and everything for your dumpling. So let's see. It smells really good though. This is pork bone and pork skin and chicken wing tips. I saved when I buy chicken wings, they're whole chicken wings, right? So they come with a tip, and I just cut off the tip. I never throw it away. I put it in the freezer, and if I need extra collagen in my broths or stocks, I stick in the chicken wing tips. Okay, so that's it. I'm gonna stick this into the freezer to make it faster. I can't stick it in the freezer for that long because then it like freezes over. I just need it to cool down to below room temperature in the freezer, and then I stick it back in the fridge because then the gelatin does its magic. You don't want to put gelatin in the freezer because it like draws out moisture in such a weird way, you know? Okay, so I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll do one more, I guess. Actually, 2 more of dumpling wrappers. Oh gosh, this one got stuck. That's the problem with not flouring properly. Love making jelly pops. Yeah, the Jello pops. You know, Jello pops. Do you guys put Jello pops in the freezer? I wouldn't know. I had a friend in... Well, I still have her as a friend, but like we were in high school at the time. I don't know if I should be outing her, but my friend's mom used to be one of those cool moms, right? And there was one summer where I was hanging out at her house with a couple of my other friends and her cousins, I think, and her siblings, and her mom made us Jello shots. I'm pretty sure we weren't 21 yet. I put the full bowl into the freezer, then use a spoon to mix it up when it solidifies. Oh. But doesn't it like make it extra watery? Like it would like make a bunch of dew, like a dew on top. Anyway, yeah. My friend's mom is like so cool. She's like the coolest mom I've ever met. Needs a little bit more flour. And again, for people who just came in, what I'm doing is I'm doing half rolls. So I'm rolling from the edge of the dough to the center of the dough so that there is a slight slope so that it's thinner on the edge of the round compared to the center, because the center you want it to keep relatively stable. Another reason you want to keep the center a little thicker is that if you're going to pan fry these, it'll take more pan frying so it doesn't tear, right? It makes it crunchy on the edges. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we don't want that for the aspic. Who is the second coolest mom you met? I don't know. Most of my friends are kind of like homebodies. Besides that one friend who's more of a party girl, most of my other friends are like real Asian. Come to think of it. No, I have 2 other friends who are white. Their parents are nice, but they're not like cool. You know, cool moms are the ones who like gives you alcohol when you're underage, but they're still supervised when you're doing it, obviously. Let's get to the wrapping while I talk. But it's still... But like, there's nice moms. I don't know who's next on this vlog. Okay, so we're doing the chives ones first, because the cabbage ones, well, technically speaking, if you're doing soup dumplings do not have vegetables in them. Because they're a side, right? They're a dim sum side, and therefore you're supposed to eat it with a bunch of other things. So you wouldn't want to put vegetables inside soup dumplings, but I've already done 2 separate dumpling wrappers. So if we're going to make a couple, I'm just going to do a couple soup dumplings as a test with the aspic that I have already. Then I'm going to use the cabbage one, because the garlic chives are too strong, they're too pungent to be making soup dumplings with. That is the flavor balance you have to think about. And also, I'll let you know that what you want to do is that you want to grab a sheet, you know, a cookie sheet, a sheet tray. You want to give it a nice generous dusting of flour. And this is where you're going to put your finished wrapped dumplings in. It's just off camera to the side that way. How to wrap dumplings. Okay, for people who are probably interested in learning how to wrap the dumplings themselves, you put the wrapping kind of here on this part of your hand. You put in about a tablespoon of filling. You don't want to overfill because, especially if you're doing this ahead of time, if you want to freeze the dumplings, and if you know scientifically, freezing, stupid little fly, freezing water expands, and if you overfill your dumplings and you freeze them, they will kind of expand out of the wrappers, and that's no bueno. You don't want spillage, because then when you're boiling them or you're frying them, the wrapping and the juices spill out. You don't want that. So what you're doing, you're taking the one side and you're pinching it to the opposite side, and so you have something like this. And then, ignoring this random little piece that's out, you take your finger and kind of do this so that you're making a pleat. Kind of see that a pleat's being made. And then you do it again. Make sure that's out. Do that again. That's another pleat. And then you do it again on this side. And then you do it again on another side. And that's the basics of how you pleat dumplings. You want to make sure that you're pinching really hard so that it all closes. Again, you don't want any leakage, because if you leak the filling, it's no bueno. It's not very nice. But yes, this is basically. And then you just plop it down on the sheet off screen, so that you create a flat surface on the bottom, and that's how you stand up the dumplings. There's other ways of doing plating as well. Why is there... Oh, there's a fly in the kitchen. I do have one of those electric fly swatters, but not within reach. I'll ignore it until something happens, I guess. That's too much. Another way of doing wrapping, same start. You go from one side to the opposite side and you pinch closed. And then you kind of use your finger, this finger right here, to guide the wrapping. So it's like this, like that, and then you're wrapping like this, and then you're pushing the extra wrapping that way. So that's a one direction pleat. So you could kind of see, it's a little hard to see on the camera, that all the pleats go in one direction versus converging towards the center, yeah? Would those electrified swatter work on spotted lanternflies? I don't know what a spotted lanternfly is. And again, it is a crescent shape. I do the middle crescent. That's usually what I do. You can also be like super lazy. I say about a tablespoon, but just like take a look visually how much filling goes in a wrapper. And because, you know, wrappers, if you're making wrappers from scratch, they're all going to be slightly different in size. So just take a look. If you're lazy, oh gosh, if you're lazy, you could just do one pleat. Just kind of do this. Just one pleat. Just make sure that, again, to press throughout the whole thing, and it's just one pleat. This pleat on this side and this pleat on this side. That's it. One pleat per side, and it still stands up perfectly fine. It's still a perfectly shaped dumpling. One of the lore reasons why dumpling is beloved and why it's usually served on holidays and New Year's and whatnot is because this shape of the dumpling reminds Chinese people of the golden ingots. If you want to Google a picture of a Chinese golden ingot, it kind of looks, I mean, not exactly like this, but it looks like a thing that has like two edges and it stands up and it looks kind of cool looking. And so by eating dumplings, what they're saying is that we wish for you to get more wealth in the coming years. You know, it's a blessing to eat dumplings. You're really good at this, thank you. Unfortunately or fortunately, it's in my blood. You can also do 3 pleats. I know professionally people do 3 pleats on either side. I'm a little lazy. I usually just do 2 pleats. But you know, 3 pleats is fine too. 3 pleats give you more of a dramatic curve. And you can kind of see the 3 pleats. 1,000 pleats? No. That's too much. So yeah. More dramatic. I'm gonna separate these out because I know that the bottom ones are gonna start sticking if I don't do anything about it. Stupid fly. I'm not fast. My dad is one of those superhumans who can grab a fly out of the air while it's flying. Just like whoosh. And I'm always in awe. I have no idea how he does it. Let me give you this. Let me change it currently going. Do this, and then use this finger to guide you if you need it, and then on this side you're using this finger to guide you. Yeah. The more you do this, the cleaner the pleats are. Like, my pleats are still not the cleanest, but it's there and it works. It's functional. You just want it to stand up. And the reason why I have the cookie sheet, the baking sheet on the side to receive all the dumplings is that usually at one time you make a whole bunch of dumplings, like 50 to 100 dumplings. And you cook some fresh, of course, but you will also freeze a whole bunch. And you want to freeze it not touching each other inside the freezer so that they're solid. And then you could put it inside a Ziploc bag for cold storage, and then you've made your own frozen dumplings. That's so cool, isn't it? And then whenever you're hungry, you take a couple out to eat. You boil them straight from frozen, or you could pan fry them straight from frozen, and it'll be perfectly fine. Yeah. I can't do that, but I learned how to approach them slowly and smash them with my palm. Okay. Now I'm back. Hi, Balti, welcome back. Once saw someone make dinosaur-shaped dumplings. How do you make dinosaur-shaped dumplings? I don't know about that. See, just give it a bit squeeze. You can kind of tell just by tactile, like how to feel when you press. When they come together, you know. And again, pull through, push in, push in, push in, push in. those up. These are what dumpling making, just like tamales making, is kind of a family gathering, socializing type of project, where everybody, traditionally women, but you know, we're in 2025. It's more than women now. But traditionally, all the women of the extended family, the eldest grandma with all the wives and the in-laws and the siblings and the younger girls, if they're old enough, if they're teen and age and over, you are in a circle. Everyone has one of these, and everyone has a pile of wrappers, and then you just chat, spill the tea about other people who are not here, complain about your husbands, talk about your wishes for the coming year, that kind of stuff. And then sooner or later you have enough dumplings to feed a village. Maybe it's the shape of the dumpling, the dinosaur game that appears when internet fails. Huh, how would you make a dumpling shaped like that? I don't understand. Oh, this one's a little bit oval. Stretch it. Stretch it. Stretch. Stretch. There we go. Yeah, you could control the shape of the wrapper as you're rolling it by, like, for example, if this is too flat, then you just roll it a bit more versus everyone else, and if this is too much, then just don't roll it anymore. Roll it the other way. You have control over your destiny. I'm gonna take the out of the freezer because it is cooled down to room temperature. I'm gonna stick it in the fridge. I need to put this in the water. That's water in the pot. That's fine. We could use that water for boiling the dumplings once we're done. So squish. Make sure it's flat. And then roll. It was kind of vague, like dino nuggies. However, the pleats made them like a dorso plate of a stegosaur or the frill of a triceratops with little pitched parts. Oh, I think I understand what they're going for. Like, if I was to put like a face on the end, if I was to like cut, like if this was extra thick and cut the legs down like this and make a tail like that, dinosaur, kind of. Most of that's all like, yeah, most of that's all for show. Anything that's just dough, like as you say, the feet parts and the fin and the tail and stuff, those are just gonna turn out kind of chewy. It's not gonna be yummy. It'll look nice and it won't survive the water, but it'll look nice. Always keep your station well floured, because we want nothing to stick. If it sticks, then you know it breaks the circle a little bit. You can always fix it, but it's a little hard. Just like that. I'm gonna roll out the rest of this, and we have the other half over there that we're gonna do a little later. Hopefully, the aspic hardens up before we finish making the rest. But we're gonna roll the rest, and if there's too much filling to wrapper, which is almost guaranteed that there's gonna be more filling to wrapper because that's just how that works. I should put the other one in the thing, in the fridge. It doesn't go bad. Then we'll start using the pre-made wrappers, and the pre-made wrappers are obviously going to be more uniform because they are cut in a factory. It's all a sheet of dough, and it's cut using round cookie cutters. But those specifically says gyoza wrappers, gyoza dumpling, but mostly gyoza. That's for marketing purposes. Gyoza wrappers, because they are implicitly for pan frying, they are a little thinner than what Chinese jiaozi would have as their wrapper. Because Chinese jiaozi is made to boil or to steam. And with the rolling boil, you kind of want the wrappers to be slightly thicker to withstand the rolling boil, right? And there we go. And it also depends on the technique. With time, if you keep doing this, if you do this for a long time, you will get better at making dumpling wrappers, and you'll get more confident. Oh gosh, it's oval. You'll get more confident in rolling it thinner and thinner. And then you'll be able to make super thin gyoza wrappers. As long as it doesn't break, because you don't want it to break, right? I'm talking as if you guys are going to actually try it, but I doubt you guys are going to be trying it. But if anyone is watching that wants to try making dumplings from scratch, like the way I'm showing it, let me know in either chat or in the comments. If you're watching the VOD, hello to VOD gang, shout out. Let me know how it turns out. I would be very curious if I was able to iterate how to do dumplings. Oh yeah, I forgot that I do need water to wrap these, huh? That's one step I forgot. Hold on, how do I get water? I used my finger to press because the thing. Sorry for the noise. Something fell out of the cabinet. Got a step. To wrap things, ideally you want to water. I forgot water. You want to water the edges of the dough like this. I wasn't doing it, so I'm a little worried about those, but hopefully they will stick together. You want the water in order for them to stick properly. Oopsie daisies. But yeah. It makes it easier, like just feeling it. You can't tell, but just like feeling it, it's easier. I want to try your recipe. Are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. I have these deli containers that some of them I bought and some of them I got from takeout. They are very good for storing the homemade broths that I make and any leftover stuff that I make, so I keep them all the time. I have a whole bunch. But the problem with having a whole bunch is that they fall out of the cabinet when I'm not careful. Ah, jeez. This is also what happens if I'm not careful. Stuff. We just barely hit her head in open cabinet, falling objects. Nothing new, really. Shut up. Shut up. I'm gonna ensure that these stay. Let's problem with not doing this fast enough that they will start pulling together. I'm gonna need more dough, not dough, flour. Are you still on the stool? No, I am not on the stool. I am on the ground again. I mean, the rolling, I guess, would you need some shoulder pressure, but not really needed for anything else in this process. And I just go over it a bit more. I guess if I put more shoulder into the dumplings, it would make them thinner, and as I was saying earlier, that thinner is more professional, but you know, I'm not that good. See, I got stuck, and that's water. That's the opposite of what I need. Flour. I am not very professional. I am just a home cook, home chef, doing my dumplings, doing the dump. We're dumping lins, right? I'm the type to throw them in the cabinet and pray they all don't fall out. Yeah, that's dangerous, unfortunately. I'm gonna try to be quicker. Let's see how fast I could do this. I've never been fast. I'm more of a leisurely person, but you know. Let's see how fast I could do this. Anthony Bourdain would be proud. Who's Anthony Bourdain? I forgot. I've heard the name, but I don't remember. This is annoying. Tiny one. Yes, thank you, Nightbot. If you want to leave me a tip via Stream Element, I would be super happy. You can also super chat or buy a membership and see what happened last night. Tier 2 and above, and you get membership only content. I don't do them consistently, but I do them. Ha, do. Yeah, this one's small. It's really annoying. Yeah, I've got 4 more here. And then I'll wrap the rest of these. The rest of them for these. Now I'll wrap actually, I think I'll wrap the cabbage ones for the rest of these, and then no, I think I'll do the rest of these to be the chive ones, and then the next batch of dough I will do with the pre-made wrappings. It's a lot easier. It's going to be less of this rolling, obviously, because it's pre-made, and we're going to do the cabbage. So that I can tell the difference between the chive ones and the cabbage ones is homemade wrapping versus pre-made wrapping. That's how I'm able to tell. You want to do a little bit of a tell, kind of like tamales, right? Tamales, people, they either tie them differently or like fold them differently if you have different fillings in them, or that you mark it somehow, so that after you store them and then you take them back out, you kind of know what type of tamale you're reheating back up. The cooking stream, hi Arthur, welcome. And I also want to use the Guumi emotes. Yeah, the Guumi emotes are from membership. Any tier, actually, you get the sub badge and the emotes. I made them myself, except for I think a couple of them are made by my mods in the Discord. My mods in the Discord likes to pull shenanigans. Two more. And we wrap. How are you doing, Ardor? How was your Saturday? I would be really happy if people tried the recipe, but remember that this is kind of, you can make this recipe how you want to make it. So as long as you get the consistency properly, you can choose whatever protein, you can choose whatever vegetable, balance the flavors how you like. Just make sure that the consistency is not too runny, because like, for example, if you're vegetarian and you want to use tofu or whatever, tofu is really runny. Too much moisture in a tofu. You might want to choose something like a bean curd, like a very dry bean curd. See how that works. And dice it up. That is a dumpling filling. That is a traditional dumpling filling. Chives and ultra firm tofu, otherwise could be labeled bean curd in English. That is already a traditional filling, so if you want to make this vegetarian, that is completely possible. If you are like Twig the other day making shrimp dumplings, you can completely make the filling with shrimp and vegetables. Just make sure, again, to kind of wring out the shrimp. The shrimp has a lot more moisture inside than land meats. And always include the egg and the starch so that it keeps the consistency. You want the QQ, the bouncy consistency of dumplings. That is part of it. There we go, that is all that. Start wrapping. We're gonna wrap more here. Give me that. Oh. Your funeral today? Oh no, I'm so sorry. I went to a lake house and had food and that's it. I'm glad that you're not completely sad. Hope you feel better. Water around the edges for the people who I forgot to tell you early on. But as long as it sticks, it's not the end of the world. It just makes it easier. So in the very beginning of the stream, while I was prepping, when I was kneading the dough, because I prepped the dough before before I started the stream, so I had to tell you guys verbally, right, that it was 3 cups flour, AP flour, all-purpose flour, but you can also use bread flour. Just make sure, just be a little bit more careful. I think bread flour has more gluten development. Just weigh it a bit more, I guess. I don't know how to compensate because I don't know the weight. But I also specified that you should use warm water, not hot water, not cold water. The temperature of the water for the dough affects how elastic the dough turns out at this stage. So if it's too elastic, it won't. It would be like kind of like you would make the shape, this shape, and then it would like slowly sag, kind of, so that this shape on this side would kind of be flatter, and you want it to be kind of round, right? Instead of flat. I should cover all those with a towel too while I'm at it. In basic bread making, in general, right? The temperature of the dough is kind of important. But for the most part, for general bread making, the temperature of the dough is important because you want the yeast to rise at a specific rate so that it's the optimal flavor versus rise on the yeast. That's why. But in this case, the temperature of the dough is how the gluten does its thing. I don't know enough about the science. I should look it up, actually. There we go, there we go. How are you? How are you? A lot of people who use the machines, because I have these, right? A lot of people uses this kind of stuff. Wait, oh, well, this is kind of broken, but still workable. You put you flour, you put the dough into the thing. It's definitely workable. And then make sure to put some water on the edges, and then you kind of just do this. See, it kind of broke right here. That's not very optimal. You can do that. Looking good, thank you. You can do that, and you get the pleats, kind of. Not really. They're fake pleats. But then it's like you lay it down, right? Do those electric ones ever work? No, I've never seen one of the electric ones work. These ones can work. But then your dumpling kind of just lays like this. You can't stand it that much. You kind of, it's not stable. So you can just do one of these, but then if you're gonna play with the dumpling more after you take it out, like the whole point of these is like fast, right? I have to fix this. If you just go boom and then done, boom and then done, and there's no point in fixing it so they could stand up. It's still doable. It just doesn't look as good in my opinion. And since I've grown up doing it the old-fashioned way, being taught by my mom, I kind of poo-poo on these. I don't use them. But if you need to use them, and you have them, because you don't know how to wrap them the way that I'm showing you, it's fine. I won't poo-poo you for that. As long as you get the food, as long as you get what you want. Oh, I forgot the water again. Heck! Give me the water. This is what happens when I'm not paying attention. Give me the water. There we go. And now it is better. A fork works just the same? No. This dough is softer than a empanada or ravioli dough. A fork to close it will press too much, I think. It's kind of like this. I mean, you can if you're careful, but if you're not pushing all the way down, you risk not closing it properly at all. And at that point, why don't you just use your fingers, right? The whole point of using your hand and your fingers, like tactily, to feel the dough between your fingers, you can tell if it's closed just by feeling it. If you're using a utensil, like a fork or one of these doohickeys, to make it, you don't know, actually. Like, just looking at it, you don't know if it feels closed. But by pinching it with your fingers, you can feel the difference. You're way better at it than the machine, thank you! It's almost 5. Okay, we're gonna have a couple more. Yeah, it's fine. I'm running out of water. Practically speaking, for the water, right? You can, you only have to wet half of the circle, right? A semicircle, but a lot of people, me included sometimes, will miss the corners. So for example, if I do half a circle like this, and I miss the corners, right? Then when these parts overlap, they won't have water to close. You can pinch them closed like I did with the other ones because I forgot. But it's easier to do with water. And so what I usually recommend to beginners is to do the whole circle, like the whole all the way around, so that you don't miss the corners. If you're more professional, you could lose that. You can just do half circle and make sure you just do a slightly more than half circle so you get the corners, you know? I need to organize these dumplings a little bit. Organize dumplings. Dumpa-dumpa-dumpa-ja. Okay. Keep going. That's too much. That's too little. That's perfect. I do the top. You could also do the bottom. It's a force of habit. You make your own workflow, just like most other cooking or crafting or whatever, within reason. Come up with your own workflow, and the whatever is fastest for you. Stick. I'm a genius. Okay. Oh, that one needs 3 plates. And you see that this part right here has a piece of chive that got caught in the dough between the 2 pieces of dough. That is not very good because that means that the dough isn't closed there, obviously. And when you boil it, there is a chance that that will burst open. That's also another reason not to overfill your dumpling and then like take it away and something, because the oils and the vegetables and whatnot that are in the filling will mess with you closing the wrapper around the filling. So be a little bit careful with it. It's not the end of the world, but yeah. I'm running out of water. Glove doesn't retain water as much as bare fingers. Less is more? Yeah, exactly. Feel everything close. You can tell the back has the pleats. There we go. And that was the last of that. We do have, remember, the second part of the donut snake over here that we're gonna try doing soup dumplings with, because that's necessary. Making your own dough is necessary for making soup dumplings. Here's what we have so far. It's just chive dumplings. You can see that this one right here is the ugly one, the one that we made with the little clamp thing, and so it looks really bad. But yeah, this is what we have so far. That's a lot, and this is not a lot. Let's see, this is 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. This is 20 dumplings. Given that dumplings is a meal on its own, about 8 to 12 dumplings, if you're a big boy, is 1 meal. 20 dumplings, about 2 meals. This is about 2 meals worth of dumplings. It's not ugly, it's tasty. Yeah, I guess so. It's what's on the inside that counts. Yes. So, yeah. Keep it nice and straight. So what I'm going to do is we're gonna put this in the freezer to freeze up, and then we're gonna start working on the cabbage ones with the pre-made, and then we're gonna boil those and eat those. Well, I'll keep a couple of these ones too to eat later too. but you can directly boil dumplings from frozen. Obviously, you guys have had frozen dumplings from the store before. You can freeze them and then directly dunk them into water to eat. Completely normal. So you don't have to eat all at once. Yeah, exactly. Just freeze them. Okay, we're gonna put this in the fridge. We're gonna take out the cabbage ones and I'll show you... Oh, burpees. How to do this. Here's the cabbage one. So, there is no shame in using pre-made dumpling wrappers. My family does it all the time because no one has time for that. I think one of these packages is about 25 wrappers, I want to say. About 30 wrappers. And so every single time we make dumplings in the family, it's usually about 50 to 60 dumplings at a time. So when you eat, like, everyone gets 8 to 10 dumplings fresh, and then you freeze the rest. That's another 2 more meals out of it, besides the first one that you make fresh. Yeah. That's a feast, yeah. But then you could just I'm gonna do a little bit of mixy mix. It's cold again. After you take them out of the fridge, if you have fridged your filling, you want to give it another mixy mix to liven up the dough again, because it will be stiff and you want it to be more pliable. So yeah, this is what a pre-made dumpling wrapper looks like. You can see how thin it is, and it's uniformly thin the whole time. There is flour on both sides, some sides more than other. I don't know why there's a little thing that comes off. But yeah, you can see they're all pretty uniform, very easy, and they don't stick, obviously, because they're in a stack. I don't know how they did it. It's a miracle. It's magic. Dark magic in the dark factories. Yeah. This. And since it's more uniform, you could kind of... This is like a tablespoon. Take that out. Nope, that's too much. Don't do that. Don't use the finger like me. Use the spoon. Because these are pre-made dumplings, they're not that stretchy. You can tell that they don't stretch, not really at all. So you have to be a bit more conscious of how much filling you put into the wrapper, because the other ones you could just stretch it and then fold it, right? But this one, because they're a little stiffer, you gotta be more careful with the dough, the filling and the dough ratio. Is it possible to over mix the filling? I don't think so. I really don't think so. I mean, there is a point where you just left the meat out for several hours. Don't mix it for more than several hours. That's the danger zone. You don't want danger zone. I have another cookie sheet on the side right here already prepared. I just dusted it with flour. Again, this is a baking sheet with a silicone mat. You could use parchment paper. Yeah, you could use parchment paper as well. But I have silicone mats that are reusable, so it's good for me. I'll be more delicate with these wrappers. Yeah. Gotta make sure they're smaller portions of meat. And the water is more important here than ever. Because these don't squeeze as easily. These are stiffer dough. I could feel it. You will probably be able to feel it in under your fingers as well, that these doughs are stiffer for sure. You can see that because they're stiffer, the wrapper pleats are more defined. You can see that. But yeah, because of how uniform these wrappers are, making dumplings out of these are a lot prettier on the eyes, and that's why my family tends to like using pre-made wrappers. Mostly because of shrimp. Shrimp! Like a store-bought tortilla, they're good but never can compare to quality of homemade. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Stupid fly. It's around my garbage, of course. Flies love garbage. You see how the water, when I was doing the water, it didn't make it to this side of the semicircle. With how stiff the dough is, it just won't close. So again, I reiterate that the water is more important to close pre-made wrapping than homemade wrapping. Do as I do, not as I say. Cut your cabbage a little smaller than I did. Hahaha. It happens. Ta-da! Doesn't that look good? And you can tell visually if something isn't exactly closed. But yeah, this is fine. Trying to point out my mistakes as I go so you guys don't make the same mistake when you try it. That's the good thing about watching someone else do it. If someone makes a mistake, then you don't have, and then you notice it, you don't have to make that again. It's just how it is. Why did I make 3 pleats and 2 pleats? I don't know. Now this dumpling is off balance and it's gonna bug me. Ah, well. Beef dumplings are a thing. The most common fillings are chicken and pork and mushrooms and vegetables for vegetarians. But beef, you can do beef. I would not poo-poo beef. It's just not common. Beef is definitely something that you can do if you have that more than pork or chicken. And of course, as I say, you don't have to have the shrimp. The shrimp just makes for better texture and better umami. If you want to put MSG, you can't. You can. I didn't say can't. I said that you can. But that's what the soy sauce is for. So if you buy an authentic soy sauce, the soy sauce would have natural glutamates, which is basically MSG without the M. If you add mushrooms have natural glutamates. If you have the shrimp, the seafood, that is natural glutamates. You don't need to add MSG if you don't want to. All of these things carry natural glutamates. That's too much. That's too much. You could dig it out with your spoon if it's too much, if you see. And that's completely fine, as long as you don't keep any fillings between the layers. There we go. And then you just chat. Steal, kidnap, coerce your favorite person to do this with you, so it doesn't take forever. So one of you guys, if you're making the dumpling wrappers, will be on the rolling wrapping station, and then the other person will be on the wrapping filling station, so that you guys could do this with your hands. Once you get used to it, you don't have to think about it, right? If you're handy enough and used to the motions enough, you don't have to think about it, and then you could just run your mouth like me. I'm yapping. I'm heckin' yapping. Talk about your day, get deep, talk to your friends about your insecurities, you know? Talk about your love life, talk about a new movie you saw, talk about your parents, talk talk about how much you hate this one person that you probably never met before. Yeah. As I said, dumpling wrapping sessions are perfect for bonding. Lamau. So yeah. Chat, do you hate someone that you never met before? I don't think I hate anyone. Not really. There is someone I wish would die, but that's different. That's different than hating someone. Don't think so? Good. There we go. I'm my biggest hater. That's true! I hate myself! Oh my gosh, self-hate buddies? To be sure your situation is insane. That too. I have nothing to add. I don't have anything to add for that situation. But yeah. Not that I get a lot of haters, because I'm just a small VTuber. I only have just you guys. And I'm not really out in the bigger sphere. I don't have haters. Not really. So, even still, I like to think that I'm relatively thick-skinned if I get random haters that I don't care enough to respond or to feel pressured because I'm my own biggest hater. If there's a hater in my chat, then too bad. Get on my level. I'm better at hating than you. Haha. Understandable, yeah. Clap self-pass would have hated the mighty Goomer. I don't know, man. People hate people for very specific reasons sometimes. You just can't... You can't really... You can't reason with them, you know? Certain people will hate for whatever reason. They don't need a reason. And they'll find the most littlest reason. Like, oh, you said that thing one time, that means it's horrible, and you're like, the isms, and the anti, and the, you know, the isticisms. They blew it out of proportions, and I'm just like, thank you for being my number 2 hater, because my number 1 hater is me. Get in line. All that needs to be said about visualization is being said already. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't feel the need to add to it. And I don't know anything, right? So I'm not gonna add anything. Dumpling looks good, can't hate on them, yeah. Nobody hates me more than myself. Yeah, exactly. Get in line, haters. I would like to think in a perfect world that I don't have so much self-criticism. But, I've never been to a therapist. So who knows? Haha! I am aware I do have past trauma that I could work towards, that I could work out in a therapist session. I'm not going. I'm not gonna go to a therapist. It's a lot of work to work through trauma. Why can't I just, like, compartmentalize and forget, you know? Am I right, chat? Let me help. I hate you, haters, but you are the number 1 hater. Yeah! Oh my gosh, that's such a conundrum! You hate my haters, but I'm the number 1 hater? How? So do you hate me or do you like me? Oh no! Schrodinger's hater. I'm the one hater for sure. No! Hi, guys! Welcome in! Oh my gosh. It's my godmom. Heck, this jellyfish! No! You're still my number 2 hater if you're gonna be my haters, guys. I'm my number 1 hater. Shut up. Hate that you hate yourself. You know what? Fair. It sounds like a weird contradiction, but it isn't. That makes perfect sense. I respect that. For those who in chat who don't know, Cool Skies is the reason I'm a VTuber. And she's not even a VTuber anymore. So everyone say hi to Godmom. Hello, hello. Praise the skies. Praise Cocoa Skies. Well, I think you rule all. Thank you. Thank you, skies. Hi, Godmom. Yeah. Only hate the side of Guumi that's distracted while driving. Fair, fair. I'm not gonna stop though, so screw you, haters. I can't middle finger very well. That might change depending if I get the brain worms again. Hello everyone, kisses to chat. Oh my gosh, collab with me again, skies, please. We could like, you're so much better at drawing than me though. I was just about to say we could do a collab drawing and I'm like, ugh, no, I can't. I am nowhere as good as drawing as you. Oh my gosh, cooking collab! You could do the thing. Skies, DM me later. I have an idea. Become a VTuber. You don't have to be a VTuber actually. Use your PNG. It's fine. I have a collab idea. I have a proposition. DM me later. I love our collab. Hello. No, I'm not good at art. Don't expose me like that. Come on. DM ready, yes. Hi, Decken! Oh my gosh, Decken, welcome! It's been a while. How are you doing? We're making dumplings! Oh, that's too much. That's I'm not good at art. Literally made your own model. Stop. You don't understand how long it took to make this model. It took so long. And like it was, you should have. I didn't show you the first couple iterations of this model. How like horribly misfigured I looked. I looked straight up Uncanny Valley. You know, there's like some art styles where it's like, yeah, it's just a style. I could chalk it up to just being a style, no problem. Oh my gosh, this one is broken. Don't use that. No, mine was not a style. Mine was straight up in the Uncanny Valley. I'll ever plate of dumplings. Yeah. Oh, there's a random chive in here. Mawfully does always get too enthused and overfill them. Yeah, I do that most of the time too. That's why I'm extra careful today on stream to show chat to not overfill. You see, there's a little notch. We gotta make sure to close that. You made your own model, looks good. Thank you. Yeah, I made my own model. I drew it and rigged it myself. You can see that I didn't put enough water. Make sure to pull enough water so that everything closes, so it doesn't spill out. You don't see it here because this cooking streams usually don't have an overlay per se, but my starting soon screen, my ending screen, my chatting screen, my gaming screen, every single one of my streaming assets I made myself. It took way too long, and I don't think it looks very good, but I made... And the emotes, and the sub badges. The great model, super adorable, creative. Thank you. It took 6 months of brainstorm. That's like very impressive, thank you. It's called being poor. What I always say that creativity comes from what was the word? Hardship? Creativity comes from restrictions. That's the word. Restrictions. So the more restrictions you have, the more creative you have to be in order to do something about it. So being poor being poor means I just had to get creative. Poor and wallet of rich in talent. Oh, thank you. Like and subscribe. Feed the poor trash jellyfish, please. No, that's so real. Yeah, you understand me. I'm gonna leave some of the this filling for the soup dumplings, but I think the aspic is not done yet. I'm gonna go check after 5 more dumplings. Oh, see there, that's not closed. I'm gonna close it. Desperation is the mother of invention. You're so right. I'm not desperate enough to invent things though. Give me some more drink. Not a sponsor. Did it take 6 months to brainstorm because of a one brain cell? I didn't get a brain cell until I became a VTuber. So, the timeline was 4 months for drawing it. That's too much. Was it 4 months? I think it was no, it was December. I remember, it was right after Christmas. Yeah, it was right after Christmas that I decided to start drawing my VTuber model. This was in 2023. Pretty sure. And I drew, it took about 4.5 months to draw it and cut it. And then during the time when I drew it, like at work, during lunch breaks, I would watch live 2D rigging tutorials. So as I'm drawing, I'm also learning. Oops, sorry, I bumped the mic again. As I was drawing, I was learning how to rig. And then when I finally finished the drawing, around April-ish, I guess, then I started rigging. I did the free trial, the 42-day free trial on the Live 2D Pro version, and I only used the Pro version to finish my base model, so it was completely free. Rigging looks smooth. Ah, thank you. Is that one any good? Which one are you talking about, Skies? Hi, Lexia, welcome. So, I was rigging. It only took me the 42 days. 4 months to draw, and then 42 days to rig this model. And then I made my social media, and then I did the marketing, and then I debuted in August. Oh, the Dr. Pepper. Oh, if you like Dr. Pepper, yes. If you don't like Dr. Pepper, it's good enough to get over the Dr. Pepper taste. Now I'm hungry. Dumplings are amazing. Thank you, Lexia. Have you been? Okay. So here is the tray of cabbage dumplings so far. Look at that. Very cute. Very, very mindful. Very demure. Will there be barbecue in it? No, there's no barbecue logo. Welcome in. Oh my gosh, more people coming in. Okay. Let me go check the aspic. There is still some wrapper left. Oh gosh, I'm burping so much. Every time I drink, I burp. What's the aspic? It's still not quite solidified. Still working on it. That's fine. Can I fit more on that tray? Oh. How many do I have left in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, 10. That's a lot. That's still a lot, actually. I get hiccups when I drink soda? Oh my gosh, really? I've never heard of that. Barbecue noises. Sad barbecue noises and hello. Yeah. There's only a little bit left. Let me finish. I'm gonna put this in the recycling. Remember to recycle, chat. Do you have any particular rigging tutorials you can recommend? My girlfriend considering the VTuber thing to cryptozoology content. For cryptozoology. Chupaco? CHUPUKO, Chupaco, has a series of basics and then a series of slightly more advanced tutorials that you can go through. There is, what's her name? Something starting with an Y. Just like Google, not Google, just on the YouTube search bar, type live 2D rigging tutorial, and Chupaco will come up, and then like this other, she's like a snake lady, pretty sure. She, her model is a snake lady, and she's like Italian or something. I followed hers for eyes, mostly because her eyes tutorial is more in depth than Chupaco's eye tutorial. but just like watch as much as you can, consume as much as you can. And the thing about art, right? The thing about art is that the tutorial could be good for a certain style, but if you don't like the end result, you don't want to follow that tutorial. No matter how good that tutorial is, you don't want to follow that tutorial. Fine, because rigging is like art. There are differences. People workflow differently, people do different things, and the hierarchies are different and all that stuff. If you don't like how their models look, how they move at the end of the day, don't follow that tutorial. I scoured like 10 to 15 different riggers, looking around their styles, and if I didn't like how their models moved, I just don't follow their tutorial. That's fine. Thank you very much. Monster Girl Snallygaster might have been an ambitious choice if it was a tentacle. No, it's fine. You'll just there are plenty of monster girls with tentacle tongues and tentacle coming out of their stomachs and out of their booba and out of their everything and out of their eye holes. There's plenty of examples. If it's been thought of, it has been done in the Vtuber sphere. Go out there and be the monster girl of your dreams. Okay, I'm going to start boiling a pot of water so we can start cooking some of the dumplings we made. I will bring you over to the pot. Just let me hide the camera for a second so I don't dox myself, and then I will move you over here. How do I camera? This. Nice to me. There we go. Okay. Oh my cute Guumi face. No, you can't. Let her cook. Learn, adapt, overcome. Yeah. We're finally cooking. How are we cooking? We're boiling them. We're gonna boil them. Let me take the face tracking camera over here. You guys can see me on this side. I'm gonna start the fire. Go. And I could open up. There we go. I'm not gonna be able to read chat all the time, but Musco design is adorable. I'm sure there's not many very specific mythological creatures and monsters. There might be. You'll have to look. Okay, so this is the pot. We're gonna boil them. I have a lid for this. Ignore the other lids. The other lids are there for reasons. Keanu Reeves? I am Keanu Reeves, yeah! I see you watched that short. Look at my hands. They're all dirty. Watch the pot boil. Chat, close your eyes. Chat, close your eyes. You don't want to watch the pot boil. I'm carrying around the camera. This is my camera thingy. I'm just gonna carry it around. But I wanna watch it boil. Oh man, did you know? A watch pot never boils. Still going. We're gonna boil a couple of the cabbage ones and a couple of the chives ones. So we have a mix, and then we're gonna eat them. We're gonna make a dipping sauce too. Once the pot starts boiling, we're gonna make a dipping sauce. There we go. You can see a little better in the center. Or pan-fried dumplings? We can pan-fry. I prefer boiled dumplings because I like the dip. I like the softness. Zabigaster is a feather dragon from Appalachian Mist with one red eye, steel claw, a steel beak, teeth, and a mouth full of tentacles and tongues. Oh, that sounds cool. What about grilling them? I don't know about. No, I've never. I mean, these dumplings are not very big. They would kind of fall through the grill grates. I don't know. Steamed? Yeah, we can steam. I mean, we can steam them. That's definitely a possibility. I have. Hold the phone. I have steam baskets. Let's see. I do have them. It's definitely possible. Steamed and boiled is similar. It's the same. It's basically the same. It always depends on the kind of dumpling for me. Like, I take a pork or shrimp dumpling, steamed or boiled, but I'm taking a chicken one pan fried. I don't make the good difference. I do whatever I want. Yes, I do have bamboo steamers. We could boil some then steam some. That's definitely a possibility. And in the same pot too. I'm gonna put the rest of the filling in the fridge for now, so that it doesn't go bad. You want to keep meat away from the danger zone as much as possible. Because what I could do is I just fit it on top. It'll be a little weird, I think. Yeah, like, I'm just gonna do this, and then the steam goes up that way. Usually I would do this with a bigger pot though, because you want this to be inside the pot. Let me see if I can find my bigger pot. Hold on. I'm gonna be making a lot of noise for a second. Get out! Stupid pot! Yeah, I have this big pot. That I could steam in, I guess. Actually, it doesn't fit that well. Better to walk. Wait a minute. Walk. I steam with my wok. This is my trusty wok, and I just sit it inside. That's how I steam. Chaos off screen. Yeah, I have this big pot. Water's boiling. So what I do for the wok, right, is I just put an inch of water in here. Just put an inch of water. I have my Instant Pot over here. Ooh, I almost have too many appliances. Do not the appliances, please. I don't want to break anything. Okay, there we go. This one's the one that needs help. I can there you go. That's boiling. That's nice. I'm gonna put a couple of the cabbage in there. Like, we could put 3 of the cabbage in there, and then we're gonna put 3 of the chives in there. I just grabbed them from the fridge. And then we have that going. Have that boil. So there is a trick to boiling this without using timers. Is you see that when you put the dumplings into the water, right? It kind of slows the boil, and so you wait for it to come back up to a boil, and then you watch it start floating. Like, not out there when it's raw, it kind of sinks to the ground, to the bottom of the pot, and you wait until it boils, and then each one starts floating on top of the water, and then you take like about this much water, and then you put it in there to break the boil, and then wait for it to get back to boil, and that's the amount of time needed for fresh dumplings. These are considered fresh, not frozen. For frozen dumplings, I would do 2 times for breaking the boil, and that's how you time boiling dumplings. And at that point, the inside should be completely cooked. Chives. Every time I'm in an Asian grocery store, I tell myself just to get the steamer packs in, then I just don't. Just do it! I got mine off Amazon though. I calculated time by smell. Oh, that, I don't think it works for dumplings, but yeah, maybe. The water's boiling under the steamer, by the way. What we do here is we grab some cabbage leaves. And then we line. I'm only gonna do 1, even though I put both of my steamer levels on. We take a couple cabbage leaves. We lay it down kind of like this. On the side. And then you put your stuff on top. No, I don't just need 3 of those. And then we'll do another 3 of the chips. Here. Like this. Like that. And you can see that because there's less water in the steamer portion, because I only put an inch of water, right? It's already starting to steam. You close it. For steaming, you see that that's already going, so I'm gonna... And then you see it breaks the boil. In Chinese, I believe this process is called dian shui, which is to drop water. That's what it's called, to do that. And this, I believe, depending on the size of your dumpling, it's 10 to 12 minutes. Double check, because certain dumplings, like for example the homemade wrappers, which are a little thicker than the pre-made wrappers, those take slightly longer than pre-made wrappers. So check after 10 minutes. But yeah, that's how it goes. I have a timer now for 10 minutes. For a second I thought sprung a leak, but no, it's just bubbles. Bubbles? I just know that the text at the top still says wrapping. Oh yes, I will fix that. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. Thank you, thank you. And now that this is rolling boil again, and you see that I think all of them besides that one is. What's wrong with it? Oh, it's because it's stuck. Just make sure to stir it. Kind of like pasta, right? You don't want it to get stuck at the bottom. That was an accident. I forgot to do the thing. But yeah, that looks cooked. You could turn off the water. Yuppie. See, that was pretty quick, right? Boiling is really quick. We're gonna get a bowl. I'm used to pointing out the mistakes of sea creatures. What does that mean? What other sea creatures? Mouth is watering, need food. Go get some food! Okay, we've got a slotted spoon. After boiling, you can't really tell which one is the homemade wrapper and which one isn't, but you can tell from the color, right? The slightly gray-greener ones are the chives ones, and the more pinker ones are the cabbage ones. Yeah. And then we can make a pretty basic sauce to dip it in real quick. I guess I'll use this one. I'll use this bowl real quick. I'm already here. I don't want to move the camera again. Technically, you could just use this and be done with it. Hashtag not a sponsor, but please, Laogama, give me a sponsor. Spicy chili crisps. And vinegar. Especially the Qingqiang vinegar. This type of vinegar specifically is the vinegar for dumpling eating. Heck. I had modded for a shark Vtuber. Ah, I see! Okay, so that's that. I'm gonna grab a spoon. Where's my spoons? A heckin' Pokemon Cafe spoon again. Vinegar, a glug, and the soy sauce, which we have on the other side over here. I personally like to add some sesame oil into the mix as well, but you don't have to. I mean, everything you don't have to. The most basic thing is just vinegar. Something vinegary is all you really need for this. But yeah, this is a very basic dumpling sauce. Yeah. Where can one find the items? Any Chinese or Asian supermarket? I'm sure that most American supermarkets would have at least soy sauce. And in the international aisle, you know, the big one, you might be able to find laogama or some kind of chili crisp. It's spicy chili crisp, spicy chili oil, that kind of stuff. But when it comes to specifically the Qingqiang vinegar, I don't know. You do have to find a Chinese grocery store for specifically this type of vinegar. You could probably look it up on Amazon. Maybe they sell it for like really expensive. Chinese or like very specific ethnic stuff kind of are expensive on Amazon. They're not cheap. Definitely online at least, yeah. When boiling, a bit of salt helps to catalyze and gets more firm. I never do in Chinese boiling. I've never done salt in the water, but yes, my local Walmart starts stocking the Shimansi chili crisp. Oh, but I can't bring myself to spend $10. How much? How many ounces? Okay, we're just gonna, since the camera is over here, I'm just gonna be over here for now. I don't want to move it from here. How many minutes? 4 minutes until that's done. Where's my chopsticks? Chopsticks. Give me chopsticks. There's my chopsticks. Chopsticks. So here are the chive ones. This is my own wrapper. I'm gonna do one of these. Oh yeah, if you want to add sugar to the dumpling or the dip, you can do that as well. Ta-da! Very good. Yep. Tastes great. I'm heckin' dancing! The same as a normal jar? Oh my god. I've seen the widely specific ingredients at jungle gyms. I've never seen a jungle. What's a jungle gym? Maybe I'm gonna make dumplings. Those look so good. Thank you! Gonna have some spicy dumplings. These are not really spicy. Like, chili crisps look spicy. They're not spicy. They're just more aromatic. They're more of a aromatic spice. These are the cabbage ones. Pretty sure. Cabbage one. Cabbage is more aromatic and more lighter and more refreshing than chives. Chives are definitely more hearty. I'm gonna turn down this fire. Doesn't need to be that much fire. I turned this down a little bit. We're having a blast! We're having a blast eating! Ah, so good. The steamer's got about a minute left. Then we're gonna go check. I had mentioned it before. It's a massive international grocery store from around Cincinnati with 2 locations, and both have the animatronic ones. Five Nights at Freddy's have completely ruined animatronics for an entire generation, and I am not okay with that. Now I hear animatronic and I hear murder robots. Another food's good when you start dancing, yeah. Homemade dumplings are just amazing. Like, there is no comparison between frozen store-bought. Oh gosh, excuse me, I couldn't get to the mute button on time. Yeah, homemade dumplings is just a whole different bar apart from frozen dumplings. And the homemade wrappers, bless you, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And the homemade wrappers, the homemade dough, also makes it like so much better. It's so much chewier. You know, like the difference between dried pasta and fresh. Oh gosh, I'm burping. Fresh made pasta. Snack Impact is very impressive. As a huge fan. I'm still scared of animatronics. Yeah. They've always been there. You can't tell me otherwise. Really? I've never really. I guess, admittedly, I've never seen an animatronic in real life. Okay, now we go check the steamer basket. Come here. Come here, you. Stop. Yeah, that's a steamy good boys. And of course, same, you could put it in the same thingy. steamed dumplings are a lot hotter. They stay a lot hotter than boiled dumplings. For some reason. I don't know why steam is hotter than... Oh, that makes sense. Because steam is a hotter version of boiled water. Yeah, that makes sense. I talked myself into science, and I believe in it. I believe in science. So be more careful eating steamed dumplings straight out of the pot, straight out of the basket, versus boiled dumplings. Because these are hotter. These are gonna burn the inside of your mouth. Oh yeah, animatronics in a theme park ride. I never thought they were animatronics. It was a real science. They also stay in the steam longer than boiled water. You're right. Yeah. Very good. And of course the filling, about the same, very cute. Oh, hot! Oh, hot! I can be turned off. And we could try the chive with our own homemade wrappers. Ah, hot! Still good. I think I did a really good job on the wrappers this time. The last time I made these, I felt like the wrappers were a little too thick, but this time it was really good. Of course, last time it wasn't on stream. This is, I did test this recipe out before doing it on stream. So the last time that I did off stream, these, the wrappers that I made were a little too thick. But these are good. I'm getting better. See? Live reaction of a jellyfish getting better at cooking. Yeah? What gives me Uncanny Valley is AI images and then hyper-realistic babies. Ew! I can't. Ew, brother. Ew. Hi, Souffle. Welcome. Bird in the jelly is not good. Yeah. They look so good. I know they are. And also, if you guys ever see on the internet, like, there's one short, I think, by a couple people. Like, there's shorts about a couple where people say, spoon the dipping sauce into the dumpling. Don't do it. That's not how Chinese or Japanese people eat their dumplings. Whoever thought it was a good idea to spoon their sauce into a dumpling, they're consuming way too much salt and they need help. Hi, Mel. Are you making wontons? No, I'm making dumplings. I'm done, actually. I just finished. I'm gonna let these here cool a little bit so I can finish the boiled ones. We did steamed dumplings and we did boiled dumplings. And I have aspic in the freezer for attempting soup dumplings. I've never been good at soup dumplings, and therefore I am going to try them today. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Mel! Me, I take a shot of the sauce, then eat the dumpling. Oh, ew! Check your sodium levels, Lord Penguin. Looks like it's maybe more dumpling-like than the last dumpling stream I saw. See? It's my culture! It's okay, though. Culture is a spectrum, and even other Chinese people might comment and say that that's not how their family do dumplings, and that's completely fair. This is how my family does dumplings, and even I modified it slightly by putting more vegetables in than recommended. So traditionally there's a little less vegetables. That was a joke. Okay. We love sodium, yeah. Culture is a spectrum. It's a Drew, though. How are you, by the way? All I'm saying is that no matter how you see it, every family has their own family recipes. That's just all what I'm saying. Every Chinese family will have different dumpling recipes and each will think they are correct. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's completely valid if your family does it differently. Regional wise, dumplings and wheat noodle based foods are actually more of a northern Chinese thing. And technically speaking, my family is from southern China, even though we're kind of in the middle, right? So when we cook at home, we do mostly southern Chinese cooking, and we incorporate some northern Chinese cooking. So that's why the rice plus the side dishes, that's like southern Chinese cooking. Northern Chinese cooking has a lot more wheat-based stuff like noodles and dumplings and that kind of stuff. Yeah. You can't use a pot to steam the dumplings, right? You can. Just make sure the pot's big enough. Set this on top. There's also steamer linings. Like there's the flat things with holes in them. Just make sure to put some lining. There's special steamer liners. They are cabbages. You can use the cabbages, of course. Parchment paper. You can just cut up a parchment paper and then stick it in. A lot of pots come with steamer linings. So, if you want to do that, you can do that. Are you a rice and noodles person? I prefer noodles, but I prefer rice noodles. I'm a mix of both. I like rice noodles. More than rice. I like rice noodles. Gas or electric? This is gas? I'm pretty sure this is a gas stove. I come from Middle America where we need a heck ton of carbs because we are usually working in the fields. I mean, rice and wheat are both carbs. Oh my gosh. I think some of the chili crisp got into my nose, and that's why I was sneezing. And now I feel like my nose is running. Pretty sure that scares me. I mean, yeah, cause I needed a lighter to light the stove. So yeah, I think that's a gas stove. Looks like gas, yeah. Why does it scare you? Why do I need to know? I'm gonna check on the aspic. It's better. I feel like I need more. Yeah, we can do this. It'll be a little weird, but we can do this. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna bring you guys back over to the prep station. So let's go back to the void for a second. There we go. Not being entirely certain whether or not your stove is gas a massive fire hazard. Okay, fine. It's gas, 100%. Okay, I'm so sure. This is the aspic, by the way. Is it jiggle? Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. This is what my thighs look like in real life. People's ovens have auto starts? Yeah. I'm gonna put this away. Get the filling back out. Hey, yo, write that down. Got a lot of your thigh last night. Yeah, Lord Penguin. If you want to know what Lord Penguin is talking about, get tier 2 and above membership, and you'll see what happened last night. Okay, so let me grab. The snake is a little too unstiff. Let's grab some dough. We're gonna cut a couple. We're gonna try to make like 4. We're gonna start with 4. Give me some dough. We're gonna try to make soup dumplings. As I was saying earlier, technically soup dumplings do not have vegetables because a soup dumpling is a side in a dim sum situation, so you are expected to eat vegetables separate from the dumplings, but normal dumplings you eat as a meal, and therefore there are vegetables inside the dumplings. And so technically this is not a traditional soup dumpling recipe per se. Soup dumplings, yes, like xiao long bao, if you want to be Googleable. Except for Americans call it xiao long bao, and it pains me so much. How many times will I pass between waxing? I don't wax normally. Normally I just shave. This is my first time waxing. So, let's see. What we're gonna do, we're gonna shape it. Get this. I didn't know there was an auto start ovens. Yeah, there's. It's just a starter. It's like a poof kind of deal. Would you ever do it to teach Chinese stream? I don't know enough Chinese to teach because I came to America when I was 6. I am not literate in Chinese. I understand and I could hold semi-normal conversation, an everyday conversation. But no, I can barely read. I can read a little bit, and I can't really write. I'm the worst at writing. So yeah, I'm no bueno. I'm not good enough. I could ask my parents, but even my parents, right? My parents, they've been in America for quite a long time. Just like me, and so even though they were adults already when they came here, it's if they don't use it, they start forgetting, which is completely normal, right? The auto start on the oven stove detects a flame, and if it couldn't find one, it shuts off the gas. Is very nice. Oh, good to know. Mine just clicks forever until something happens. Aw, man. I wasn't looking and I got the thing all weird. That's fixable. And, oh yeah, I need to continue with my soup dumpling rant. Okay, so listen up, chat. I don't know if this is a regional thing, but this is not how I was taught. This must be like a Kanto thing. Because I'm Mandarin, and anything Kanto is very foreign to me. But no, it can't be a Kanto thing because Xiaolong Bao is Mandarin. But Xiaolong Bao literally translates to small dragon bao, like bao buns. You know, like the steamed leaven white buns with a filling inside, usually like BBQ pork and all that stuff. So it means small dragon bao. It doesn't mean dumpling. It's supposed to be leaven dough. And the fact that trendy internet has named soup dumplings as xiaolong bao irks me to no end. Soup dumplings in Mandarin Chinese is called tang bao, tang meaning soup, bao meaning again bao. But it's still like, that's like soup dumplings, right? It's non-leavened. And xiaolongbao for the longest time is, actually no, long is not dragon. Long is, I misspoke. Xiaolongbao means small basket. Long is, this is called a long. This type of bamboo basket steamer, this is a long xiaolongbao. And so it goes in, that's like a whole dim sum thing, right? And it's supposed to be leavened dough. And the fact that I know xiaolongbao sounds more exotic than tangbao, you know, it's more marketable, whatever. But like, it's a misnomer, I swear. Through my entire life of Chineseness, I've never heard xiaolongbao meaning soup dumplings. And the fact that America, or like whoever, decided that xiaolongbao means soup dumplings, I need to have a very calm and soft-worded conversation with that person. I fail to say that it is different because it's leavened dough versus unleavened dough. This is unleavened dough. This is flat. This does not puff up. If you've never seen a bao, though, if you've never seen a bao, I understand that you won't understand the difference. But here, I'm gonna Google it and show it to you on OBS. I am a little bit more livid than usual. I've never ever heard of them being called the incorrect name. Which one? The only thing I know how to say in Mandarin is xie xie. That's good enough. Okay, let me save. Whoops. Save image. WebP, that's fine. OBS can do WebP. This! These are leavened buns. These are not dumplings. And they also have a lot of vegetables in them if you want. You don't have to. Look. It's leavened on the edges. You can see the edge of the one that's ripped apart. It's got air pockets, which means it's a yeasted dough. They're leavened. This is a bao. Technically speaking, bao or bo, it's B-A-O. Educate us. So dumplings, tang bao, they kinda, I'll eventually make them, but like, xiaolongbao looks like this. It's the same dough that I'm working on right now. It's unleavened. It's basically just a wrapper. It's not a bao. It's no substance. And there's soup in it, right? So that's why they're called soup dumplings, because there's soup in them. Which is different from this. Very different. Why does the greater internet call this xiaolongbao when it's not? I'm livid. This is, something's gotta be wrong. Like, some other Chinese person tell me why this is happening. I've never seen one of those before. Yeah, heckin' Americans not understanding culture. Of course you don't. You only know what people tell you, which is fair, but still it makes me mad. Okay, so what's the difference between xiaolongbao and baozi? xiaolongbao, as they say, is small. They're smaller. And they're in the dumpling, they're in the steamer baskets. It's a specific dim sum. It's specifically a dim sum term for small bao that are cooked in the small dim sum steamers and brought to your table. I mean, bao tang and baozi. No, tang bao, that's soup dumplings. The actual soup dumplings that you get from Ding Tai Fung and from Mama Lou's and from like, and from the trendy Hong Kong restaurants, those are not leavened. Bugs me. I can do one of these. So what you do here is that you take the aspic, you see? Jiggle, jiggle. You put it in the dough, and that's what you get the soup. That's how you get the soup, is this. So what you're doing is you're taking gelatinized when it's cold. So it's gelatinized when it's cold, but you add it with the meat so that when you steam it, it turns into soup. That's the secret of having soup in your dumplings. And of course, to make it into a thing, you gotta do one of these motions. It's wrapped differently too. You just keep folding. Keep folding. It's easier to do it on the cutting board. Keep folding all over. There you go. And you could leave a vent, or you could twist it closed. Doesn't matter. But there. Your heckin' soup dumpling! And that's, yeah, wrapping skill 10 out of 10. Thank you. Really fascinating on Chinese food history on NPR, like fortune cookies. Yeah, those are not Chinese food. Chinese food history is its own beast. I'm gonna put this on a little bit of flour. I'm gonna put it on off screen. We're gonna do another one. And the way, the round way of doing it is a lot easier to overfill than others, because you could, especially with your own dough, right? It's stretchy compared to the store-bought dough. You just this finger right here is very important because it's pushing, right? It's pushing, and this one's grabbing, pushing, grabbing, pushing, grabbing, and then this thumb is pushing the fillings into the pocket that you're making while you're doing this, right? So and then you're pulling this way. So you're slightly pulling, slightly doing like this. And this is never gonna work with pre-made wrappers because they're not going to be good. And you can leave the vent there for when you cook it, no problem. This type of dumpling does not need to be completely sealed. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you. There is something to be said that the first time I ever made a baozi, which is this baozi, the bao with a leaven dough, is also the same type of wrapping thing. The first time that I tried making this type of wrapping, I did it, no problem. It's literally in my blood. I'm so sorry. Stereotypes exist for a reason. But here's how so many different food called dumpling in the English, yeah. American dumplings, the ones with the cracker barrels, are different. Yeah, exactly. I was saying that to Twig in Twig's stream the other day, that American dumplings don't have filling at all. Dumpling making, bao making, badminton, and ping pong are the things, the very, very Chinese things that the first time I picked up, I was good at them. It's literally in my blood. Stereotypes are there for a reason. But yeah, as I said, the way that this is wrapped, you can overfill, no problem. Yo, I love badminton. Yeah, badminton is great. It's just really temperamental with the weather. Greetings, Guumi. Hi, chat. Yep, our yours dumplings are very basic. Hi. We're making soup dumplings. Look at this. I'm trying to say stereotype me. I'm not saying stereotyping me. I'm just saying... I'm just very See, I'm just saying I'm a very boring person. All the stereotypes are true. According to you guys, I can't... Oh, I finished the wrapping. So, yeah. Here are the 4 soup dumplings. I'm gonna put it in the steamer, and we're gonna steam 2 of them and see how they go. Oh, heck. Heck, I need the lighter. There we go. Take the dumplings that we made out. Let the water boil, and then we'll go for that. I'm a very basic person. I'm just saying, as someone born in China and came to America, very boring person. Okie dokie, I could make more. I'm gonna make more. While I'm waiting, while I'm waiting for the water to boil, I am going to make some more wrapping. More dough. Oh, that one is a little... whatever. That's a little... whatever. That's a little... 5, 6. Even numbers. I love even numbers. Sounds like you need to realign your sparkers? I guess so. It's just that one, on the left that's a little, that isn't sparking on its own. The one on the right is perfectly fine. Cover. Always cover the dough you're not currently working with because they do dry out. Oh yeah, did I say hi to Matmus? I know I read your message, but I didn't say hi. Hi, Matmus! Hope your day's going good. We're making soup dumplings. Because we finished making our normal dumplings, right? You can already see I made a bunch of normal dumplings. We're gonna make some soup dumplings. I'm gonna put these over here. I'm gonna put these over here. And then I'm gonna put these in the freezer, like I did the others. Oh, I don't have room in the freezer, actually. I'm gonna take the other tray out of the freezer because it's already frozen. Here's the other ones that we made earlier in the stream. They're completely frozen solid. Very nice. Already making me hungry, yeah! I'm gonna cover your mom so she doesn't dry. It's been a while with your mom jokes from the souffle. Glad you're still in tip-top shape of that. I'm gonna put these in the... I'm not gonna switch you over to the stove again. It's just gonna be like a 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And then we keep doing. Everyone suffers the jokes. I'm just saying, I associate the your mom jokes with souffle because that's just what you do in my chat. I'm craving dumplings. You should always crave dumplings. Dumplings are the best foods. Yeah. Oh, the heel. Oh. Okay. Just getting DMs in Discord. Don't mind me. I'm just seeing the messages pop up. Make sure that you want to keep it... if you shape these into cylinders before you press them, they become rounder, just like that. So you don't have to shape them as much as you're rolling. And you roll like this, halfway up and then down, so that the middle is thicker than the sides. Because if you think about how the dumpling forms, the sides are crimped together, right? And oh, I didn't start the timer. Now I started the timer. And then the middle is where the filling is seated, and you want the filling to be seated on a very secure seat, while the edges, when they're pleated together, you don't want it to be that thick. That's the reasoning. Do I wonder what American food is like in other countries? Burgers. Japanese and their Hamburg steaks, which is basically just meatloaf in a burger patty form, which is fine. I'm not gonna knock it, but still. I'm gonna eat one real quick. We made some earlier. Fucking great. Yes, I'm using my hand to eat when I'm touching raw dough. Do as I say, not as I do. Do not do that. Raw dough has salmonella in it. Wash your hands before you eat dumplings with your hand. So they call that Hamburg steak? They do. But in Japanese, it's just hamburger. Hi, Omaro, welcome. We love salmonella. Yeah, sure. Chat, do not do what I do. Do not follow my example of eating with 30 fingers. Don't some Japanese families KFC for Christmas? Yes, yes, they do. And so a lot of Americans think that when Japanese say hamburger, they mean hamburgers, but no, they're calling it Hamburg steaks. They're just like taking out the second name because that's just how it works. Japanese people love to abbreviate. I'm gonna lower the fire because steaming does not need a lot of fire. Fine, I'll use chopsticks like a decent human being. I can chat. How many people in chat knows how to use a chopstick? I do? Good, 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 good. Yes, great. We love the people who can use chopsticks. Perfectly good. Yeah, yeah. I freely admit I do not. No, Maximus, no. You gotta learn. Chopsticks are the superior utensil. Besides the spork, of course. I know how to use it, but I'm not practiced. You don't need to practice. It's like riding a bike. You never forget. I use chopsticks for most of my cooking, honestly. Yeah, cooking chopstick, eating chopstick, prepping chopstick. All you need is chopstick. You don't need anything else. So when you wash, you only need one utensil. I'm getting better? Yay! I'm glad. Everyone loves an improvement. Where are my thingies? Hold on. Before I forget. Interesting. Okay, whatever. So the reason why we froze the dumplings is so we can do this. Here is a reusable gallon bag. You just kind of stick the dumplings in there. You know, just like all the frozen dumplings. Now that they're frozen, they won't stick to each other. You stick them in a bag. And this is like you made your own frozen dumplings. And whenever you want, you just grab however much you want to eat, stick it in water or stick it in the steamer basket, and that's your meal. Perfect meal prep. Yeah. Chopsticks are so good. There's a piano piece. Oh yeah, I know. Homemade frozen dumplings. Yeah. And now we stick it back in the lid. Okay. Keep rolling. We keep rolling. I'm in full joke mode and I have had to stop myself from making some really nuclear mom jokes. Well, my mom is the one that taught me the filling recipe, so my mom is very integral part of this stream. This is my ancestral dumpling recipe. Not the soup dumpling part. The soup dumpling part my parents never made, but the filling and the dough recipe are traditional Chinese for my family. So take from it what you will. This heard a nuclear bomb. No! Don't say that! YouTube is gonna bonk you! Okay, that's all of them. How much more time for this? Gotta check it since they're smaller. It'll take a little longer. So, yeah. That's big. I'm just gonna spoon a couple bits. Voila! In here. Mix it up. You want mostly meat and about a third aspic. Aspic is what they call the jelly broth base. Oh, hi Popo, what's up? Did you lose your toy? Oh, your toy's right there. It's right there. Gosh. My kitty cat's playing with his spring toy. Then we're gonna do again. Only reason I know what aspic is because of anime. Food Wars? Food Wars explains what aspic is? I've watched the first season of Food Wars, I think. I don't remember watching this if there's a second season. I read the manga pretty far though. Yes indeed. Oh my gosh, wait. Where's the other one? I don't know. But I have Food Wars chopsticks. I just can't read it that much. Stop. Okay. You can't see it, but it's Food Wars chopsticks. Heck yeah. That's so cool. Thanks. I got it as a free thing, I think. It was at a convention, I think. Some booth or another, a booth that was sponsoring Food Wars, that was streaming it or something, probably. They were giving out free chopsticks, which is apt. I definitely agree. Oh, this one's so small. Those chopsticks are such bad quality, though. It's bad quality because they're very light, a light plastic, versus like bamboo or wood laminate. Chopsticks, light plastic chopsticks are harder to maneuver with your hands compared to anything with substance. So yeah. I'm pretty sure Yu Kobayashi was a character in Food Wars. She's the only reason I ever considered watching, sadly. I don't know who that is! But you get them for free, so it's worth it. True, true. It's worth. It is worth. If you can't do this, like, with your hand, you can, put it down on the cutting board and use both hands to pleat, like this. It's easier for people to learn, but then you don't have the thumb to push the filling in, but it makes the folding easier. That's all that matters for some people. Whoops. I lost my grip. Heck. There you go. That one's a little messy with this little bit, but that's fine. Okay, so the test soup dumplings are done. I'm gonna bring them over. Gonna bring them over in the bowl that I had the other dumplings in. Gotta be careful. Nerd! I broke it! Nerd! Nerd! I broke it! Nerd! Darn it! Heck. I mean, it's cooked. Ah, the soup. The soup. They came out. Ah, I'll go get the other one. This is why I got two. Soup. Is there soup? Yeah, there's soup. There's soup. I'll eat it, yeah. Was it in the Food Wars, the high school DXD? Yes. Yes. Let's give it a try. Oh, look, soup. We did it, chat. We did the soup dumpling. Let's go. It's very good. Oh, it's lovely. Thank you. Good soup too! It's good soup, yatta! Oh my gosh. The first time I made this, it wasn't that good. This is the second time I made this. It's good. Super results. It's so good. Oh my gosh. Dancing again. Can we get a plate to go? I wish, right? I would run a soup kitchen out of my house, out of my apartment. I need it. I mean, if you write down and follow the general recipe that I've reiterated this whole stream, I know it's been a couple hours to watch through, but if you follow the instructions on the stream, you can make your own. I'm drooling. Ow. And you can see the shrimp bits. These are the shrimp bits that we added. Whoops, I lost the shrimp bit. I love. I have made too many dumplings. I am gonna finish these wrappers. So I could, wow! That's a $2 tip! Oh my gosh, thank you!
Guumi.
What did that say? Heck, my thing isn't working. Too many dumplings, I can help. Yeah, sure. Oops, I bumped the stupid mic again. I mean, you're not stupid, chat. My Stream Elements overlay isn't working. I gotta go. $2, let's go! Yeah, $2! Always tip the cook. Great job, Guumi. Thank you. Oh my gosh, a $2 tip. I'm so excited. She beats us. No. I'm gonna finish making these last 3, and then we call the stream. Yeah. I don't beat you guys, I eat you guys. That's the difference. Okay, put that away. What are you gonna do with the leftovers? I freeze them. So I put them on a, I keep bumping the mic, I'm sorry. I put them on a cookie sheet and then I stick them in the freezer so they're separate. And once they're frozen, then I can stick them in the bag, right? The bag that you saw earlier. I'll probably start a different bag for the soup dumplings. And that, and after they're frozen, I could put them directly in the steamer basket. You eat us? Yes. Popo help. Yes, Popo's here. Popo's scrim. You guys are my snacks. If you become a member of my chat or my Discord or whatever, exclamation point Discord if you want to join my Discord. Haha. Follow me on X/Twitter. Follow me. I don't know. Just join the Discord server. I don't know. You get pinged for streams, and if you want to be pinged for shorts and videos, that's also a thing that happens. I'm very bad. Subscribe, like the stream, subscribe if you haven't yet. We're having this is the last one I'm gonna make on stream before I end it for today. My streaming schedule is Wednesday night for Pacific time, Friday night Pacific time, and Saturday usually around 2 p.m. But sometimes I do noon. It really depends. Yes, thank you for the exclamation on the Discord. Cool. I'm gonna stick these in the freezer, and then I'm gonna do the rest off stream. I'm gonna finish eating the ones that I made. There we go. I'm gonna put the leftover fillings in the fridge. Of course I'm gonna finish the wrapping, right? I'm gonna finish everything off stream. Because as I said, dumpling making is an all-day ordeal. Great cookies, thank you! I've got some in here. The dipping sauce, which is chili crisp, soy sauce, chinkyang vinegar, and sesame oil. That's what I use. Rat god. Yeah, rat god. Okay. Okay. Consider becoming a member because members are cool and I love members. Okay, so we have members only streams for tier 2 and above. You get gosh, I'm tired. you get sub badges, you get emotes for all tiers, you get work in progress behind the scenes sometimes for all tiers. If I decide to do a multiplayer game, you can join if you're all tiers. Tier 2 and above is members only content. Tier 3 and above is purely bragging rights, and also I shout you out at the end of stream. So thank you to Benjamin Wyatt, Charter Darby, Bubba the Great, MDKVMK2, A0P, and Hades Spelt for being my tier 3 Mega Chive Minds. Thank you. We're gonna find who we gonna raid. Everyone stick around for a raid if you want to raid. If not, that's fine. Go to the wins. But you know, we want to go say hi to some friends. Does this channel have a nice meal? Take care, you too. Let's see who we raided. Oh, speaking of Bubba. They're doing their D&D night over at Nori's channel, so let's go raid Nori and friends doing the D&D with Bubba as the DM, and I'll see you over there. Our raid message is, whoops, if I just click the right thing. Our raid message, Guumi is raid. You can copy and paste that. I'll see you over there. Until then,